1, 2, 1, 2. TOM, teachers of Maat. Who am I? Today the scribe, been forever, but the name changes with the times. I come from a place where space is home. I go into realms where your face is gone. A change gon' come. As a teen, hypnotized deep in a sleep, party and slumber. 11 life path number, a life of death that's rebirth. Recall realities to reemerge. Soul purge, I'll lend you frequency like loan words. Before I teach, I spit a poem first. Step on stage, set the stage, car walking, set ablaze, divine fire. The body is divine attire, sewn from words, sound frequency, awakening dreams. Don't pinch me every day I wake up, it's a home birth. Start from zero to become the heroes. Cycles of time causes expansion of mind. Potential is exponential. Gain XP, what your power made of. I've had to face self, face to fate, a double fate. What will I make of the present? I'm just trying to pet heaven. Twice great, 2 arms up is none to wave. It's nothing to wave. God separate the waters from the waters. Genesis 1 and 6. See, that source is thousands of years prior to a Bible even existing. It's called the pet word for heaven. Watchers of noon, primordial, pre-ordered, bringing order in order. Its law the scales will represent. A double gift, re-present, Ray is present. Ra, amen to the God inside. The crown will glow as consciousness grows. So what assignment are you on? Doubles. Bodies from walking. I do my best to do my best. Lead with the left, heart out my chest. By step out of the flesh. On my crown is the Nemez, Corona shining. I do my best to do my best. Lead with the left, heart out my chest. By step out of the flesh. On my crown is the Nemez, Corona shining. Serpent mind winding in alignment. Straight from Orion, the origins. Dig into the root, Kim originals, the oracle speaking. Your aura is gleaming. The sons of God, Amen, Ra. Who can't afford a reason to fall below your own means, meaning reaching beyond the firmament ceiling. I see linguistics tricking us deep into sleeping. The way we live inception, I must be dreaming. Doubles, double L, square root, mirrors, reverse the image. My grip is slipping. Almost forgot the point of the mission. Statement, point out all the contradictions. Blatant, truth lives where my eye is foundation. Yeah, co-founded a nation. Dictionary, study, spells can be scary. Etymology, this here is completion. Cycle circles, dualism, wisdom. I peddle flowers. 2 eyes are watching to see through the double realm I'm healing. Never out of what's within him. Infinite reasons, just like my brother Arcad. Always remain calm against demons. Death culture, to be alive here, it's a lie here. They crossed us into thinking that death isn't living. The lies are falling through my palms, arm wide, holes in my hand. The Pope's in command, I demand the throne back. Ancient teachings, I'm a throwback. Picture that, see this moment here is cold that. So black, I see through lies, why they hold that. Ocean motions, I'm flowing through noon in the boats of consciousness. My tongue is rolling, planting seeds, sowing, knee of speaking, untangled quantum DNA, spitting frequencies. I hear Christians scream hallelujah, and this ain't that the name of God is God. I must bring the order back, the scales are tipping. In the court of Allah, moonshine, Tehuti is Yah. This here is Ptah, bulldozing, the one chosen. Focus, when the light hits you, just open like lotus. Melt your mind when in mind time is frozen. Blow minds, my mind is golden. Coat me in gold, I've got a gold coat round me like I'm Tutankhamun. Like his when you spell my name, put 3 lines in. Scribe, presenting the law's findings. Who's he? I me, an echo of Tehuti. Yes, I do my best to do my best. Lead with the left, heart out my chest. By step out of the flesh. On my crown is the Nemez, Corona shining. We do our best to do our best.
Or magic of it. This is the whole purpose of actually doing the Meta class on the Purim HERU, was to get everybody in the mind state of Hika, because the Purim HERU is a book of Hika. It's a book of magic. It's a book of immortality, out-of-body experiences. It's a book of several spells. It is all about the other realm and its connection to this realm and how you can merge the two. So I just never allowed the questions of actual ritual or magical practice other than the one-on-one. You'll see it looks like a sieve. Everybody know what a sieve is?
No.
A sieve is like a strainer. You can pour rice on it and only the water will go through, or you separate. It's like a screen. You pour something on it and it separates things. Thinner aspects can go through the K. Today's equivalent is a K or a Q. So we have Kes, which is bone, body, skeleton. The inner part of you that actually produces the blood within the bone marrow. So it's flesh and blood, which is bones, which is the Kes. So here, Kes ties in again is homage. Kes. Whether it's spelled like that or spelled like any of the other 20 ways that the beautiful thing with the men. Where this came from, and how Venus associates with an actual shining planet, and how that became the Lucifer of Christianity, which is the Luic cipher, the encircled light, which at sometimes can be Venus, and sometimes can be the Kenti was the royal area of the beginnings. That's where the modern day Greek historians say that men came. That when they went and talked to the so-called Ethiopians, they said that that Kemet was an area reestablished.
Brother is. I had to relearn what a sister is. I had to relearn what a mother is. There is no other him. Watch your mouth, fix your lips. I am learning to compartmentalize what I find with my mentals. I could have been labeled mental voices in my head. If I speak to the wrong one, I'll be diagnosed schizophrenic. Creating pollution you can't escape from with Captain Planet. Where's Captain Planet? And it's exactly how they planned it. It's insanity, stayed in a state of sanity. But I'm the scribe, keep a record on the record, I break records. This, that, Medu, nature, echo, living, lively, times 3, Trinity. We are not the same, not even simile. Plant the seed, a man receive excellence, adoration, testament, evaluation, literally. The love is real, yet they be hating. Salutations, I wait to master patience. Acting lackadaisy on your facts, I'm backed by conscious beings. I am free, can't lock the wings in. The diction is firm, call me men. A man 3 in 1, erection, protection, firm. Spitting life into who I speak to like sperm. Creation is a who I earn. The right to fully see it through. The heart as I rise through. Manu, Akut. Lost it when I had to find you. I'm through. Times two. Dualism. We will align soon. As I meditate in my room, it becomes a space of pure truth aligned with my art. Verbiage is sound for more than the two eyes. I can see the veil underneath that other veil. Focus when I am locked in. I don't need a cell. Tell me you don't see the trap. Tower power over enemies. Frozen over hell. Reversing spells. Fell from the skies. The body is disguised. If you needed a sign, well this is it. I hope you read between the lines. Left, right. After the first step, I write what's left in me. This is destiny. Keep on moving, especially if you find blockage. No amount of pushback will stop this. This will get capped in stone. They cannot top this. Pyro, fire, Ba is my attire. Inspire the ones chosen, the ones open, the ones spoken. From times when life was once spoken. Enchantments, Nesu, double tongue in motion. Give, receive. Keep moving and move for keeps. Keep it real, keep the master key. I had to master me. Mirror glass shattered in my dreams. I didn't like the image till I realized I am the image of the image. I'm here for keeps. Keep your distance. Social gimmicks. Our stories told within the hieroglyphics. Mystics, just keep on living. We're gifted. Our stories told within the hieroglyphics. A language living. Just keep on living. Keep on moving. Keep on moving. Keep on moving. Keep on moving. Keep. I had to relearn what a brother is. I had to relearn what a sister is. I had to relearn what a mother is. There is no other him. Watch your mouth, fix your lips. Yeah, motivate a nation. Stepping out the spaceship, causing a spaceship. Faced with revealing the spells within this matrix from the Masons. But I'm the architect. Best respect, I can architect. Rule your rulership, I hold the heck. Control my thoughts, still move when the game is paused. We speak heck up, this is the best of MEDU Netra. Bars like Wi-Fi, we're connected. Always on time. Frequency and flow through frequency. I know the power I hold in my throat. Creation, destruction, with every single thing I've spoke. Enter, netter, Kurt, show your worth. Heal from all the hurt. Not a singer, best believe I hold a note. Read between the lines, you're not really lost in that. I hope you find exactly what you are looking for. This is more than words. Taught myself to heal myself. I come from the dirt. No time for slacking or bad habits. Sad tactics of bringing mad, tragic mental processes that lack passion. Spit fire, black dragon. School of hard knocks, send you backpacking. My eyes, when this appears, it's like magic. The fact is, when it's wartime, we go savage. Shield of armor 720, prevent backstabbing all the fiends of good-hearted beings. They don't suit the role, they lack the fashion. So just keep on moving. Keep on moving. Keep on moving. Keep. I had to relearn what a brother is. I had to relearn.
HOTEP, peace and love. Can y'all brothers hear me? How's my sound?
Yes, HOTEP.
HOTEP, great. Love, everybody. Welcome to the House of ATTON Study Guide Sunday. Ancient Tehuti and Teachings of Netero presents Scribal School Sunday Sessions, Observing Reality, presented by Ptah Aten Tehuti. Before I introduce these brothers on the panel, we will begin as we do every week with our beautiful affirmation. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unki and Maat. Un NS. Nintet or Set and Maat. Min Hepapet and Maat. Her in Hu Kui. Per Ikut. I live for Maat. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Maat. Every day I advance towards Maat. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Welcome, everybody. I am Atef Rimkim Maat. I'm the chairman of the organization, the Techetu. I'm a student of the master teacher, the great Tehuti Amen Hotep Ra. I'm the host of this weekly study guide. I am a true-hearted follower based on truth and ancestral artifacts over religious opinion, a lover of my people, dedicated to learning the Medu, and a loyal defender of Maat. Next, we have the great general Ahati Maat. Ahati Maat was taught under the great Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. He has been a serious student and teacher of Kemetic culture and history for several years. He has written multiple books, including the textbook called Journey of Your Soul series, essays, and articles. Furthermore, he hosts in-person and online classes, weekly podcasts, and periodically creates documentaries. He also has experience in public speaking and academic debating. He is responsible for the creation of this weekly study guide. Next, we have the mighty Menkhu Meri Maat. Menkhu specializes in educating, training youth workers, counselors, and educators about arts, culture, and history. He travels the world to experience how people live, and he shares it with everyone who is interested in learning from the research he has witnessed. Menkhu has a master's degree in entertainment and media business and has been working in the music industry and with nonprofit agencies, providing program planning and promoting concerts and community events in the Madison area and LA for over 30 years. During that time, he has facilitated the following innovative after-school programs for Madison School Community Recreation, including Hip Hop 101, Music Production 101, and MP4 music programs for youth. And our presenter for the night, the mighty scribe Ptah Aten Tehuti, is a writer, poet, spoken word artist, audio producer, engineer, healer, spiritual advisor, consultant, and business creator. He is a master student of the HERU, a true follower and protector of Maat, a scribe of Tehuti and Maat. He studies under the master teacher, Saba Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. For the scribe, quality always outweighs quantity. He enjoys observing reality and incorporating these observations into his writings and creations to assist in awakening dormant DNA and reversing of negative hypnosis. Welcome, everybody, to the House of ATTON. Peace and love.
HOTEP, peace and love, great brother.
Good, brother. HOTEP, I didn't have my headphones on. I couldn't hear the music. You know, it's a lot of buttons. I'm trying to get this.
Sound good. Everything sounds great.
Dude, how y'all doing, brothers? How was your yesterday's class? Was fantastic, brother. I'm enjoying having the class on a Saturday instead of a Friday night, which either one was good. But I used to have to stay up all night, man. 5 a.m. I would go to bed at 5, wake up at about 10, about 10 or 11, start the day. But this was good though. This was great. Yesterday was fantastic. I gotta run it back. It was deep, bro. It was really, really, really deep. So I'm definitely looking forward to these Saturday classes moving forward because it allowed me to get the necessary rest. I gotta keep my circadian rhythm the way it's supposed to be, How about you, good brother? Did you get you some rest?
Yes, I definitely like the Saturday schedule better. I think lots of shifting, the House of ATTON, and it's great. It's good. So I'm excited about the power being transitioned in the way that it is. So I got some good rest.
That's good. That's good. And it was good to see the good brothers and sisters on the panel. It's good to see Menti on the panel. I would like if they could, come up a little more. Mm-hmm. It's beautiful, man. It's absolutely beautiful. Saba is a one of one, brother. He's a one of a kind, and people need to appreciate that. So I hope with it being on Saturdays now that we're able to increase our following, for people to really, really, really begin to appreciate the truth and really begin to understand what it is. It was a little bit of isfet going on in the chat yesterday. And I really didn't understand it. And I was really trying to, but I guess so, I used to thrive in them type of environments, and I used to I guess I appreciated it. You know, I used to appreciate the chaos, or I used to look forward to it. Now, the way my frequency is now, I don't even understand it. So I find it hard understanding a lot of the chaos and the isfet that goes on, as opposed to before. Man, I had ignorance down pat, bro. I was you know, I completely understood the ignorance, and I find it hard now. So I was really trying to understand the perspective that the isfet was coming from yesterday, before it was before the brother was put in timeout, or sister, or whatever was going on. I just didn't understand. It was very erratic. It was all over the place. And I deal with a lot of people that have mental illnesses. Mm-hmm. So from that perspective, I was like, okay, maybe, you know, it's something going on, because I really truly couldn't understand it. You know, I really couldn't. I was trying to make it make sense to me, but I just couldn't. But I'm not on that frequency right now. I'm not on that frequency anymore. So I'm appreciative of, you know, the foundation being Maat, and me just not even, you know what? I actually now, I actually get physically sick now. Like I have, like when Saba was teaching on shapeshifting, I actually get physically ill now in a lot of circumstances or environments that I might find myself in. Or if I know I have to go into those environments, and it's very baffling. It was initially, it was very baffling to me, because I didn't used to get sick. Like I was ready, like my go button be mashed. I'm ready. Like, what's up? You know? But now it's like certain environments, I'm like, I don't even like to be around certain types of energy no more. Yeah. You know, I just wanna learn. And I just want to be around positivity. I just want to grow. I just want to evolve. Yes. And I think it's so built in now that I get physically sick now. There's instances where I'm like, I begin to feel ill. I'm like, what's going on? Yeah. You know, it's almost like putting your jacket on before you go outside in this cold. You know, there's certain environments that, you know, because of the matrix, that I find myself having to frequent pretty often. You know, and you know, you do what you do till you could do better. But I really truly have no type of, I just don't want to be around it. It's just plain and simple. I just don't want to be around certain types of energy. And if it's not beneficial, then I just don't want to be around it. You know, if brothers are not talking positive, or sisters are not talking positive, or what we can do better, if the conversation isn't solution oriented, then I don't even want to be a part of it. Like all the complaining and all that, I just find myself now, where once upon a time I enjoyed them types of conversations. Now I just don't even want to be around them types of conversations where people complaining. It's all negativity. I just don't want to be around it no more. And when I look in the mirror, go ahead, brother, go ahead.
They call that trauma bonding. And when you're used to being in toxic environments, your tolerance is really high for that. But when you get healthy and realize you was chilling in a meth lab, basically, you know, you can't, when you can even come close to the meth lab and you can smell it, and it just makes you sick. Because you're in a healthier place, you're in a better culture, you're in a higher consciousness, and you can recognize poison from poison, and you don't want no smoke no more. I used to be the same way. I am not trauma bonding with no garbage. I don't want to be around nothing like that no more, where it used to be normal, because we grew up in those communities where it was every day, all day. We were living in war zones. Like some of the cities are that we have in America, the projects, the ghettos, the hoods are equivalent to third world countries. And so it's, you know, it's crazy what people will tolerate. And now we don't have the tolerance for it anymore, because we're getting healthy We have a different family. We build a community. It's a different reality. Once you come into something that is whole and healthy and organic and purified, you is not the same. You go around people smoking and drinking and acting a fool. The music don't sound the same. Everything changes once you come into the energy, and that's what I hear you saying, great brother.
That's exactly what I'm saying, brother. I have no tolerance for it. When once upon a time I did, I used to look forward to it. I was going to it. I'm running to it. But I'm going full speed ahead. Now I have interest. Serious. Ah, man, I'm so for real, bro. I'm so for real. Candy Rain, bro. I'm so for real. Now I have no type of interest. I don't even want to be around it. Like, period.
Yeah,
you know,
it's the whole thing of people saying I want the smoke and I'm on demon time and I'm savage. No, I don't want no smoke at all.
Facts. I just want to grow. I want to learn. You know, I just want to evolve, man. I want to teach my children. You know, I just want to be in healthy environments. I want to be around healthy people, healthy energy. You know, and that's just it. You know, and it takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of work and a lot of practice. Welcome, great brother. You ready?
HOTEP, great brothers. Yes, sir. Yes,
you
sir.
sound great too, brother.
All right. Excellent. All right. Peace and love, everyone. HOTEP. Welcome to the House of Aten. Before we get started, I'm gonna show some support and some new membership before we go in. Okay, so first I want to share my screen and show this good brother here, who is known as Lit London, who sends $42.07, says reciprocity for all the presentations I have seen on the House of Aten YouTube. HERU to this good brother here, who comes in with the heavy support. We appreciate you, and we look forward to announcing you as a House of Aten member here soon. All right, next, and we have the latest member of the House of Aten. So let me show this good brother here. All right, let me share this tab. All right, who sends in $140.72 to become a House of Aten member. HOTEP. All right, HERU to this good brother here. And this will be applied for his membership for the year. So to our good brother, Raw Minerals, if you're listening to this now, we appreciate you, HOTEP. And if you can, email me. You can email me or message me on the houseofaten.org website, because I don't think I have an email for you, good brother. So if you could just email me, I appreciate that. So yes, everyone give these two good brothers, Lit London and Raw Minerals, some praise in the chat room for, you know, supporting the House of Aten. We love all the supporters. All right, next, let me go through. We are also live on Rumble as well. So this is an excellent platform here. It's not as restrictive as YouTube is. So if anything happens to the YouTube channel, this is our backup channel. So go ahead and go over to Rumble and subscribe to us there. It's not Teachings of Maat anymore. It's House of Aten. I need to update this flyer here. So join us on Rumble, House of Aten. All the links are at houseofaten.org. And we have a section specifically for Rumble on the website. So you can just go to houseofaten.org and find our Rumble. All right. And next, I want to show MetaNetter Mondays. mysticaltelevision@gmail.com, 1:30 p.m. Pacific time, every single Monday. So this is the wonderful, the greatest MetaNetter class that there is. It's something that everyone here has the ability to not only afford, but you actually have the ability to access the recordings if you cannot be there live. So here, let me put up the updated one so you all can see the website, houseofaten.org/medunetter, or email our great Saba Tehuti to join in on MetaNetter Mondays. We also have a Discord community as well. We'll be having our community public joining together this coming up Thursday, the 30th, November 30th will be our next Discord meeting. So for everyone who just wants to come in and let us know your thoughts and what you appreciate, what you like to see brought forward, this is where you do it at here on Discord. Just come in and we just converse and build. So it's a wonderful thing. So it'll be this Thursday. And you'll find all that information in the Discord as well. The links are posted, and they're also in the description box below. And for any businesses out there, you can message us, and so that way we can work to promote you. We want to all the people who are within Maat and following the teachings, and we want to support you all. So any one of the great members who may have a business that they're running, you can reach out to us, and we can definitely work something to where we can promote you all and put you all out there here on the YouTube waves. All right, and lastly, I'll show the houseofaten.org donation. So this is what keeps this show running. This is what allows us to do what we do. We had our first annual Pathways to Awakening event in California, which was an absolute success. It was beautiful, and it's because of you all support. We have talent shows where we've given away $150. We've given away $250 winnings to the first place prize winners of the talent shows. We're going to consistently have those. So it's you all's support who help keep this running. Let us know that you appreciate what you're learning and what you're watching. And we are a system built on reciprocity. The House of Aten is a reciprocity system to where we keep the energy flowing within our family here, within our Aut. Okay, so House of Aten, PayPal, and Cash App. And all those links are posted. And I also have the, let me put this up here so it's scrolling on the bottom there for you all to be able to see that. All right. Yes, peace and love to everyone in the chat. We see you all. Ox Effect was the first one in the building. Peace and love to this great brother who is a House of Aten member. And he's also a member here on YouTube. So if you look at the subscribe button here on YouTube and you look right directly beside it, you'll see a button that says join. And that's a way that you can support us as well. You can join the YouTube membership, and that gives you access to some things that the people who don't join have. So all that information is here on YouTube. So go ahead and join that as well. Support us. HOTEP to the Nefer Neteret, Nefer Keperet, HOTEP Maat Familia, Angela Gates, peace and love, good people. HOTEP, peace and love to you. We have Ra Shelley, much love to you all as well. Peace and love, good to see you here. MKD Podcast, peace all. HOTEP, good brother. See, Ra Shelley says, Scribe is a true artist. Understanding increases with each listen. Thoroughly intentional, his expression in these opening tracks. Tua, I'm glad that you appreciate that and you recognize that. So Tua, and I appreciate your words. Jay Kirkland, the adoration word servant right here, who gives his HOTEP, his HENU, beautifully. He is a great brother here, another member of the House of Aten, and he gives everyone here HOTEP HENU, to the chat room as well, and to the moderator, Primordial Thought 9999. HOTEP to this great brother here. Peace and love. My HERU is in the building. HOTEP. Another excellent House of Aten member. We lowered our frequency now, picked up on it now. Absolutely. Jody Southworth says, peace, everyone. Peace to you. Glad you are here. And we can go ahead and get started. Big Vapes is here. Peace to this good brother here. HOTEP, good brother. I think I emailed you maybe a few days ago or so. Big Vapes, and I'll reach out to you again. But go ahead and check your emails, good brother, for a message. Peace to you, good brother. Excellent supporter, House of Aten member. And let me check the support before I go right back in here. Oh, okay. All right. So yes, the links are being posted, and utilize those. Utilize those. We appreciate everyone, and we'll go ahead and get started with the presentation. All right. So welcome to another Scribal School Sunday session, and session is spelled, if you all are new here, it's your first time seeing the word session spelled out like this, it's SESH, and that's the word for sesh. That's the word for the scribe. It means scribe, and it means to give out light, and it's a beautiful beautiful word in the MEDU nature. So this is Sunday sessions, where we're going to go into some beautiful deep information and speak about a lot of the scribes and do what we've always done. Okay, so this is the wonderful houseofaten.org teaching here. So you can also visit all my classes at houseofaten.org/scribe, and you can also find my music there as well. I have a SoundCloud, and you can find it there. SoundCloud.com/scribe as well, if you want to go listen to my music and any of the audio books that I post. I have an audio book posted for you all to listen to. So if you all want to listen to that, you can find it all here at this link here. All right, now let me before I share my screen, let's switch up this tone a little bit, the one I like to go in with, and we'll go ahead and get started. All right, let me share my screen and make sure everything is copacetic. HOTEP, everyone. HENU. All right, so I hope you all are ready. To offer your attention beforehand, to offer your attention and for your time. Okay. Menkhu, if you want to, before I share my screen, if you want to speak about that, because we do need to start promoting that. If you'd like to, go ahead, good brother, and then I'll go in.
Yes, to you, great brother. I didn't mean to interrupt your flow. I'm just trying to put out the tone, the vibration to get us ready to be prepared. December 16th, we will be celebrating the 2-year anniversary of the Tehuti pod class. So the great brother is here on the panel. We all are planning it, working behind the scenes to come up with the agenda for that celebration. It's going to be a very special day. We had a little bit of a pre-party in person at the Pathways of Awakening, but the official date of the Tehuti pod class is December 16th. So we'll have some treats, some gems, we'll be celebrating our great Saba, and we'll be celebrating each other because we are co-creating with the master teacher Saba Tehuti. We are holding him up. We're holding this to Jed as he just is being himself and living out his truth. So December 16th falls on a Saturday. It's just perfect, and we're just gonna have a good time, similar to what we did last year. So I will every time just put it in the chat to just get our eves, get our consciousness ready for what is coming up very soon. Can't believe it. I think Friday is December 1st. It seems like this year kind of flew by. But anyways, I'll pass it back to you, great scribe, Ani Ptah. Looking forward to your wonderful presentation.
All right, to our good brother. All right, now let me share my screen. Tefrim Kima'at, get me started with with that sound bite. I like that sound bite. Let me get that sound bite.
Which one?
Either one of them.
The Transformers or the
No, the new ones.
Oh, the one I was playing for you. When I was saying who we are.
Forget that we the real champions around here.
That one right there.
That one right there.
We the real champions around here.
We the real champions around here.
So I don't play with pseudos. Don't. Use a number one pseudo with the hat on, with the dead snake around the unk. Forget that we the real champions around here.
There we go. That's how you started.
That was Aquest.
I don't know who it was. I sound like him. It sound like him. We the real champions around here. I'm trying to learn how to use the buttons, Menkhu. You know, I'm trying to assist my good brother Scribe, the architect. You know, I'm just trying to assist Saba any way I can.
You got it.
I had all the mean Transformer sounds yesterday. I was ready.
Powerful, beautiful.
All right, to our great brother, that's just what I needed.
Let's go.
All right, welcome to the Scribal School Sunday Sessions. This is Observing Reality right here, brought in existence by Scribe Ani Ptah Aten Tehuti. Kepara, houseofaten.org/scribe. All right. Last class, we began to carve out reality. So if you all haven't seen the first class of Scribal School, it is Carving Reality. Go check that out. Some great information in there. Now let us do some observation. How important is our focus? As a sesh or scribe, let us go to one of the ancestors and read 3 lines from his instructions. Okay, so we're going to go to the Maxims of Ptah HOTEP, 2375 BCE, known as the oldest book on the planet, the oldest moral writings on the planet, in book form, in papyrus form. So here we have the instruction of the venerable mayor and vizier, Ptah HOTEP. Okay, so here we have the Maxims. And here is the papyrus. This is the PRISS papyrus, which this papyrus here itself dates to around 1800 BCE. And PRISS papyrus 190. And so we're going to be looking at lines 360 to 362, which is right here where I have highlighted. This is what the class will be focused on. These 3 lines right here. Okay, and then here we have the Maat standard. Should you become a man of excellence, sitting in the council of his Lord, focus your heart entirely upon excellence. Okay, so this is a powerful set of sentences right here. Of course, this entire writing is, but we're going to focus on this. un uk MC ekir. Himsi imshe in nebeth. Sa'ak ib neb or bu ikir. So we're going to look at this. Okay. Should you become a man of excellence, who sits in the council of his Lord, focus your heart entirely upon excellence. So the actual oldest book on the planet. Let me see if I can stretch this out. So the actual oldest book on the planet are maxims of the origin of not only moral law, but also tones of expansion, teaching one what is primary to attain something. Therefore, if you are to become something, to sit in the council of excellence, one must focus directly on that thing. These teachings from 3,700 years ago is what created what is commonly known today as the law of attraction. And here's a very famous movie that deals with the law of attraction, and it's called The Secret. These are the secrets that the secret didn't give you. Amen. To hide, to conceal, to be hidden, to be secret, to be mysterious. So, amen. Let's go in deep. Let's see what the ancestors have to say. Focus your heart entirely upon excellence. Sa'ak ib neb ra bu ikir. Let us dig into this sentence here. So let's first look at this first word, focus. Right? So this is the etymology of the word focus. 1640s, a point of convergence. From Latin focus, hearth or fireplace. Also figuratively, home and family. Okay, so we're looking at the original meaning and frequency of this word, focus, right? Because that's the English translated word from sa'ak. And here we have perhaps an analogy of the burning point of a lens. The purely optical sense of the word may have existed before Kepler, but it is not recorded. Introduced in English 1650s by Hobbes, since transferred to center of activity or energy, first recorded in 1796. So focus is a point of convergence, right? And it's also associated with fire itself. And many of us have probably done this when you take a magnifying glass and put it up to the sun, and it creates a point, and you can use that to start a fire. So this is the actual etymology of what it means to focus, right? To have a focal point and to focus on something, right? Is to create that point of convergence. Fire, right? And what's converge? Here is dictionary.com or thesaurus.com. Converge, to tend to meet in a point or a line. To tend to a common result or a conclusion, right? To conclude something, to have that point that meets, the lines that meet, to converge, to have a common result, to reach a conclusion. So focus means center of activity, center point, and fire. Okay, so here we see in the etymology here from Latin focus, hearth. And hearth here is hearth, fireplace, from heartha, a burning place. Old Frisian hearth, Middle Dutch hert, right? Hert, German herd, floor, ground, fireplace, from pi, kurt, kurta, from root kur, heat and fire. So here we have the word kur or kurta or kurt, that means heat and fire, right? That creates this word hearth, which was a meaning for the word focus, right? Still dealing with fire, a point of convergence here. And here we have in the MEDU nature, kur. When we look at kur, you see fire pottery, right? Food, out of bones, with the determinative of the flame. So a determinative for the fire pottery, or to broil food, dealing with heat and fire here, is the actual word kur, which gets later turned into hearth, right? From kur to hurt. And here is HERU, which is also the voice. Right, so the same place, so the same dealing with fire, the Ker is the same thing that deals with the voice, the fire voice. And this is why the Nesubitis are called the Nesus. The Nes is the tongue, and it also means fire, and it also means a knife. But it's something that we always taught, and being taught that we are beings from Ra, from the sun. So we are also fire beings. So it deals with our voice and being able to project. Because Ker also creates the word for a loud sound. It's another word for thunder. So when you speak, you are also a representation of that, and it shows the power behind the Keru, the Ker, the voice, and the fire that's within you coming from your Ba. And so it continues to live on today, and many of the words that we utilize. And so now when we have the word focus, to focus in, we're dealing with the fire. We're dealing with the Ker. Okay, and here we have Ker. And you'll see me use multiple dictionaries in my presentations. And the reason why I do that is because, for one, I like to cross-reference through different dictionaries. And for two, when people attempt to say that the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary right here, which is compiled by E.A. Wallace Budge, a lot of people today will say, oh, that's outdated. Anytime you just pull it up or use it, and discounting as if the information is correct or not, right? And when they just see that, they automatically go to say, oh, it's outdated. So I bring up multiple sources through multiple dictionaries to show that you have to go word by word basis to show and prove whether or not this needs to be updated or if it's correct, right? So here is Ker, which is an offering by fire, right? It's an offering by fire, dealing with the Ker, the heat, the fire, to bake pottery, right? Fire pottery. And Kert, here we have Kert, fire flame, right? And it then creates the actual realm of the other world, and creates many different names for it, but one of them is the Ra-HORAKHTY, right? A name of the tomb or the other world. A title of Anpu was Neb Ra-HORAKHTY. So as a title of Anpu, or as the Greeks call Anubis, Neb Ra-HORAKHTY. Or a lot of you may know it by the Neterkert, but there are many titles for the place known as the other world, the Seket Aru, the Neterkert, the Ra-HORAKHTY. So it's good to know the different sound vibrational tones that are correlated with these different locations, right? So Ker, all dealing with the fire, dealing with the voice, and dealing with the what's known as the afterlife, or the realm afterlife. Right, so focus point. So here is a beautiful image I came across, and showing the focus, right? Eyes completely focused in to a point of convergence, right? Staring directly exactly where he wants to go. And this is how owls actually have to look, because their eyes do not have the ability to swirl from side to side. So they have to turn their whole head 270 degrees. They can turn it 270 degrees in a circle, and that's how they see. So they're always focused in directly on a thing, and here's a beautiful representation of that as it flies in the air. Okay, so here's a water bottle from Tutankhamun's King Tut's embalming cache. 18th dynasty, 1336, 1327 BCE. Session number 09184.83. Okay, and this is once again dealing with the pottery, all right, the fire pottery, to bake pottery, the Ker. And you see the shape that it's in right here. If you zoom in close, there's different flowers and plants. That's right here, and the actual shape of it as well. is the uwach, which is the papyrus plant, right? And I've taught many different lessons on the papyrus plant and the importance of what it plays, especially being a being a scribe, and the papyrus. So here we have the this cur, right? This fire pottery in the shape of a watch, right? The papyrus plant, which also is very similar to the symbol right here, P8 in the Gardner code, which is the cur, which means right here, voice, right? And as well as the Nefer symbol, glyph F35. So they all have a similar look to them. And that's done purposely as well. So the uwaj, the papyrus plant, being the cur, right? And the Nefer, the beautiful voice. And here is the dealing all with fire, dealing all with focusing in on a particular thing here. Okay, so from the first translated word, we are seeing subconsciously the true meaning of focus, even though I have only shown you the literal meaning, right, of what focus means, a point of convergence, and fire. Now that I have shown the etymology of the English word focus and showing that it originates with the center point of fire, let us go into the meta-netter word sa'ak. And here is the word here, sa'ak. And it means to pull together, right? Of course it does. It means to pull together. And because that's what you do to get to a focal point, to create a point of convergence, you gather everything together, right? And then here we actually have the sentence structure that we're focused on, sa'ak-ib ra, to set one's heart on, right? To set your heart on a particular thing, right? And so this is what we're getting into, as to what does it mean to actually set your heart on something? What does it mean to focus in on something? And so we're gonna continue to dig. So here is the sa'ak, right? To pull together, right? To gather yourself together. It means to pull together, to collect, which of course will bring you to a center point. This was one of the major teachings of Maat and focal point of the story of Asar, which one of his names are Sa'ak Ha, the gatherer of members, a title of Asar. A title of Asar. So here is the actual name of Asar, who is Sa'ak, right? The gatherer, right? To pull together. Page 639 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. Which of course is the actual action of him, right? When you gather the members, when you pull yourself together, once you are gathered, now you're in the position of Tim, right? Which means to be complete, entire, all. T67 Gardner Code. This is Tim, Asar, here in the position of Tim, the center point, right? Whether you're like this or like this, you still have a center point of gathering yourself together so you can become complete, noun, everything, the universe, right? So Neb Tim will be the Lord of all, right? The Lord of what's complete. Kema Tim, the creator of all. Okay, so yes, to sa'ak means to focus. This is the word that we're using for to focus in on a particular thing. So what are we focusing in on? As Ptah HOTEP teaches us, is to focus your Eve entirely upon excellence, if you are to become that. So you can replace that excellence with anything, right? If you are to become, replace that word. If that's what you are to become, you have to focus your entire Eve on that thing completely, right? to focus in, to have a point of convergence, to have that, to create that fire, and to utilize that fire within you, and that voice, that KERU, to gather yourself, pull yourself together, and to become complete, in a state of complete, right here with the bread loaf and the sled that is used to carry the body that has expired, right, from one place to another. Now you're in a state of completion. Now you're in the Neter Kert, or now you're in the Ker, right? So you're traveling through there, and we're gonna go into that as well. So yes, the Sa'at, to focus, to complete, to pull in together, to pull together. So that's the Sa'at, that's the focus. All right, and so let's go here. Hey, Menkhu Ara, does this look familiar to you, good brother? Does this place look familiar to you? Do you know where this is at? HOTEP, everyone in the chat. Let me come back real quick and see where we're at. Okay, I think Menkhu Ara may have stepped away. Peace, Jamie OX. Peace, good to see you here.
Yeah, that looks very familiar.
Okay, Menkhu Ara may have stepped away. Peace, Jamie OX. All right. Good to see you here.
That looks very
Oh, I hear an echo, Menkhu. Peace, Jamie OX. Good to see you here. Okay, so yes, well, let's keep moving. All right, so this is, pull that back up. So this is the Temple of Seti the First. First, we see Men Ma'at Ra, who this is Seti the First, becoming cleansed by HERU. Let me read for you. Many of you may have seen the image of the other side that's right next beside this. So if you go directly to the left of this on the wall, you'll see Tehuti standing there with two staffs, with the serpents of upper and lower Kemet up the staffs, and Tehuti giving the Ankh, the breath of life, to Seti the First, is right here on the left. So this is to the right of that. And here we have HERU. We have HERU cleansing Men Ma'at Ra right here, and you can see his name right here in the Shin, Men Ma'at Ra. Okay, so we're going to cut a part of this wall here, and we're going to begin to read it. Okay, so here we are. Pure is the king, Men Ma'at Ra, endowed with provisions and life. Okay, so I put together these glyphs here. This isn't something you're going to just find, so I actually create these here. And then this is right here. What we have right here. We see the word Ibu right here. Nesu. Ibu Nesu. Pure is the king. Right? The king is being purified. Men Ma'at Ra, who's endowed with provisions and given life. Right? So this is what HERU is doing, right? He's purifying the king. And what's that word for purify? Ib, right? The same word that creates the word for heart. Follow your heart is Sa'ak Ib, to follow your heart. So here is the same word creates to be cleansed, and it's actually pouring out libations, which then later creates your word for God from Gut. And now we're going to read down this section here on the side. So he is purified with scents and water for his eye and for his body, bringing forth the image of the Natiru. All right. So this is, once again, this is what HERU is doing as he's purifying him, right, with scents and water. And that word is seneter. And that's the word for incense as well. One of the words is seneter or neter. And it's a beautiful Beautiful word. And we utilize incense. So they will put a sense in the water, mix it together, and pour that on you for cleansing. And that is what Heru was doing here. Right. And it's for his what? It's for his eye. His eye. Right here is the word arit. Ar or id is the eye. So it's for his eye and for his body. Right, with his dejet. It's another word for body here, is dejet. And another word is kat. Right, we know we're familiar with kat being the body, but here's another word, dejet, which creates the word utterance and eternity. Right, and you see the actual line here, it gives it more of a literal sense. And the pouring out, same thing with of the ebe, with the determinatives here for flesh. So it's letting you know it's actually talking about flesh, and that's the word dejet. So his body. Bringing forth the SESHions, to bring forth the image of the Natiru. Okay, so this is SETI the first, and we see his eye getting cleansed and his body getting cleansed, and which is what is necessary and needed to happen for any type of focal point and gathering of the body parts and the consciousness, bringing it together into one succinct point, enough to create a point of fire, which goes back to the word life, where life is literally in the etymology shows you that it's dealing with a flame, and the burning of a flame is life. So when you snuff out a flame, let's say the fire died out. Right, so you are the flame, and you are to be purified and to be cleansed, so you can gather yourself and become complete, which is the word focus, sa'ak. Okay, so let's keep going. So this leads us into the next word in the sentence, which places the focus on where we are collecting or gathering to. So where are we collecting? Where are we gathering? SCRIIBE, right? Focus your heart entirely upon excellence. So we're gathering our consciousness and our focus on the ebe. Okay, and the reason why I do this for myself and in my studies and go into these words and seeing what these words mean and connecting them is because the English is just a translation of what this image is here, right? This is an actual image, and the word tells a story, and that's why the metanetter is a language that's far superior than any other language because of the written word and the usage of images. So here you'll have heart, right? But in most people's minds, when you're talking about a heart, you're thinking about the organ, or you're just thinking about love. And it's far more than just that, right? Because even this word ebe here is not a heart. It's an actual vessel that is meant to hold the heart and protect it. So even that tells a different story of just heart itself. So sa'ak, your ebe. And so let's look at heart, right? Heart, Old English heart, hollow, breast, soul, spirit, will, desire, courage, mind, intellect, right? From heart, from pi root kurt. Again, we're right back to the kurt. And here in the metanetter, you see the kurt ebe, the heart's desire, the dearest or the favorite. So once again, heart goes back to kurd or kurt, right? Which is the fire, which is the realm of the Neter Kurt, a place of fire where you are transitioning through to get to a specific point to once again rise back up as from Kepara into Ra, right? Which is fire, right? So this is kurd, the heart. Old English, including quotation memory, right? From the notation of the heart as the seat of all mental faculties, now only in by heart, which is from late 14th century, seat of innermost feelings, the will, the seat of emotions, especially love and affection. Seat of courage, meaning inner part of anything, is from 14th century in reference to the conventional heart shape and illustration, heart-shaped. So absolutely, the inner part within you, and it also deals with the seat of courage because that's what is also representation of the fire. So when you have a heart of fire, you say you have a heart of a lion, right? That deals with the courageousness. So it all goes back to the word curd right here in the metanetter, the kurt. So the focus is the cur and the ebe is the cur or the heart. So the first two words of the sentence is tying you directly back into this word cur or kurt, dealing with the voice, dealing with the fire, dealing with the realms of the under realms, that which is unseen, the unseen realms, the cur. So once again, the word for heart leads us right back to the metanetter, the kurt ebe, wish, desire, which also follows the theme of this class so far with the word cur, the place where your heart is weighed to assure balance and perfection, right? So that is why we are doing what we're doing. This is why we are studying. This is why we're doing ritual and cleansing ourselves, right? Is to become balanced, which is perfection, which is the nefer netter. So you'll see the par-ees as nefer netters. And that word nefer, you'll also will see translated into the word perfect, right? So this is what we want to attain, is perfection. And that's something that the matrix will also push you away from. People will say, oh, I'm only human. I'm not perfect. I'm only human. And I never put myself in that ever, because that is a scapegoat to do whatever it is that you're doing that makes you say that you're only human, which means opposed to the gods from Degim or earth. And so, you know, we are to strive for perfection. This is what the laws of Maat teach us, is to strive for perfection and get rid of that matrix mindset that teaches you that you can never be perfect and that you should never strive for perfection. Because even though you are to strive for perfection to become the nefer netter, just like in the same maxims of Ptah Hotep, where he teaches that no pinnacle of any art can be attained. So when you're creating art, there is no pinnacle that you can reach. It can always get better, right? And that's chasing perfection, right? That's what's necessary. And to be able to do that must be a balance, right? And this is all taking place in the cur, which then creates your word kuru or akuru, the perfect ones, a title of the beautified, the akiru, the perfect natiru, the perfect natiru. Okay, so yes, the heart goes right back to cur. Okay, so now we're gonna go page 18 of the Middle Egyptian Concise Dictionary. This is a modernized version, the digital version by Boris. And here is Ebe. Right, here we have Ebe. Heart, physical, the seat of thoughts and emotions with self-possession. So it's the heart, it's the mind, understanding, and intelligence. That which is intelligible in the opinion of, right? The mind, the understanding. And it also deals with the will, the desire, which is the I right here, which is RD or eared, like in Menkhu Ara's name, Ara or RE. The I, Ebe, to do, right? Dealing with the will, the mood, idiomatic uses for the sake of, to determine, to be anxious about, to give attention to, right? Ready, Ebe, connect. And it also deals with the wish, to wish, to desire, once again, to Ebe. And here is a beautiful amulet, 1350 BCE to 1250 BCE, circa EA15619 at the British Museum. So focus the Sa'ak, to gather together, to be in a complete state, to have a point of convergence, to bring the fire, the Ker, the voice, and to focus that in on the E, the heart, the physical, the mind, the understanding, the intelligence, your will, your desire to do something, your mood, right? So this is what we're placing all of our attention into. And this is what allows us to create. And this is something that is completely just now beginning to be understood through different what they call the quantum sciences, and showing how observation creates your reality, right? And that is exactly what we always knew and what we always taught. So why Ptah Hotep says, if you wish to attain excellence, focus on excellence, because what you focus on creates your reality. What you place your observation on, what you place your attention on, is what starts to be created. And we understood that 3,700 years ago and was taught daily in the walk of the people who follow Maat, right? So Sa'ak Ebe. How amazing is it to know that our ancestors were so far ahead of everyone else that the deepest foundation of how we speak and live today is because of them. Even with the Isfet they have coded this matrix with, the teachings of the Pa'ut still find its way back to us. Pa'ut is the word for ancestors. Tuwa Natiru, right? Tuwa Natiru, adoration to the Pa'ut, which includes the Natiru. And that's very powerful to know and understand when giving adoration to the ancestors. The Natiru are included in that because they are the ancestors. So Tuwa to the Natiru. So let me take you back to Seti 1 being cleansed by HERU. Right here. Pure is the king, Men Ma'at Ra, endowed with provision and life. So the word for pure here is the same word for heart, right? The ibet, something pure or holy, right? And we know the T is the bread loaf, which puts the feminine essence on an actual word. And for those who may not know, that is what the bread loaf is. So when you see Ebe, and you add the T to it, the bread loaf, it just makes the word feminine. So and when you see the W, which is a transliteration used for the sound U, because the W is actually two U's, is double U. So when they created the letter W, the U sound was not always a curved U. It looked like a V. So the V and the U were always interchanged in the actual script. So the two U's became the, so when you see the W as in the two V's put together, it's the same thing, because the V was the U, and they just started to round it off over time. So that's why the transliteration in Egyptology today is the W is used for the U or the Wu sound. U, Wu. It's all the same. And this means to make something pure, plural, to expand something. So that's the Abu and the Abet. Becoming complete, uniting oneself as a Sar. Right? Oops. So becoming complete, uniting oneself as a Sar, the Ebe, to face someone or something, to meet, to join, and to unite. So once again, the same words that we're using to focus, the focal point, to gather together, to pull together, to become Tim, to complete, is the same word for heart, Ebe, or Ab, or Ebe, to face someone or something, to meet, to join, right? To join together, to unite with, or Ub. Right here, you see the spelling of the Ub, which is the same as the Ebe. So the Uba, means to open the eyes, to look, to gaze, to spy into, to examine, to open thou thine eyes, right? So dealing with looking into the Eve, the eyes, the heart is the eyes as well. To see with the heart, to speak with the heart, right? And that's why Eve also means to think. So this is how advanced the followers of Maat are and were. And all of this gets placed today into what's known as New Age sciences or New Age philosophy and all these different things. And no one knows why all of this exists. People think that it just exists because it's just here. You know, no one really does too much digging who exists within the matrix to find out why things are the way that they are. So when I remember when I first watched the movie, let me come back here. Yes, so I remember when I first watched the movie, The Secret. This was what, maybe 2009, maybe sooner than that. And I learned a lot from watching that. And on the first watch, of course, when you haven't come across that type of information before, it's very enlightening. It's very powerful. And this is why I don't necessarily just discard information, because there are steps that lead you to get to where you are right now. And I give adoration to that from the journey, right? To be able to have a place and to continue to dig and not be content with whatever information you come across, and being okay with that, right? And continuing to ask the questions, why is this? And it was very powerful information when I watched it, because it's something that I knew subconsciously, because I would do those things, right? You would do these things where you have a thought and an idea, and you and then you create that and you turn that into something physical, right? And so I was able to see and understand that. So when I come across information where it's teaching about what you place your mind on, and to believe something before you attain it, and to have it already within your own consciousness, as if you already have that thing, it made sense to me, and it was very powerful at that time. So as I continue to dig and when I come across Maat, and when I come across Kemet, and start seeing the symbolisms, and you learn real quick that that this origin here is far superior than what people dilute it into today. And even though with the dilution, it can still be useful, but no one tells you that this is where this thing comes from. And even in the movie, Ptah Aten Tehuti showed this in one of his classes, or a couple of his classes, where they show it real fast. The Tamahu man who's copying the tablets over, and you see Tehuti in the background on the wall, and that's how they do it. They keep that compressed, and just give all this information to the Greeks and Hermes and Trismegistus. So that's where the problem lies, right? It's not that you can use the information, but if you don't say, hey, this is actually where I learned this from, well, now you're robbing the people from the truth, right? And taking credit for something that is not you. So, you know, once I learned that, I realized, like, oh, okay, now I have to always dig and get to the root of whatever this is and find out this information. So it's absolutely beautiful. Okay, so let me get back here. So yes, absolutely. The Eve means to think. It means to suppose. So the heart, the seat of what's known as the seat of the soul, right? The Ebe, something pure, something holy to purify yourself, is also a place of dealing with thought and to thinking on something, because to focus your Ebe, sta'ak, Ebe, focus your Ebe, have a center point on that. And your actual Ebe is to think, is to be wise, dealing with wisdom. So bringing us right back to focused thought, to examine into your own heart, to unite the parts of you, to unite the pure parts of you. So to examine into your own Ebe, to unite the pure parts of you. Ta'ak, pull together, be weary, rejoin the corpse, collect parts of corpse. Ta'ak, Ebe, be self-possessed. This is in the Vigus dictionary. All right. So, should you become a man of excellence, sitting in the council of his Lord, focus your Ebe entirely upon excellence, right? Place your focus on that which you want to become and attain. Law of Maat. Our foremothers and fathers teach us that what we focus on is what we create. Through thought and speech of the Ebe, you are able to draw your reality to you. Though many know this behind the veils of the matrix, science today is just catching up to this fact. Let us go to Maxim 41 of Ptah Hotep and to the Shabaka stone 710 BCE, British Museum, BMEA 498. Okay, so first we're going to go to Maxim 41 of Ptah Hotep. Okay, so let me change my screen over. Okay, so here we are, Maxim 41 of Ptah Hotep. Okay, let me. All right, peace everyone. Peace Tanya 23 Experience. Welcome. Just coming in. Uncle Jocelyn Neb will play back to Jamie OX says the book is good too. So good that I was giving away copies to people. Yes, absolutely. When you come across this information, it's new information. It's definitely very powerful, and you know you want to be able to pass that on to people. But I stopped giving books away. I used to give books away, and then I realized no one would read them, so I stopped doing that. Okay, so here we are, Maxim 41. If you heed these things, which I have said to you, your every design will move forward. If ventures are trustworthy, they will be blessed. To flourish, they must find merit in the mouths of people, owing to the appropriateness of their arrangement. When every opinion is brought in, when the MEDU Nebet, when every opinion, it does not ever disappear from off this earth. It's here forever. When something is discussed in good faith, the appraisal of the officials will accord with it. To instruct a man is thus to speak to posterity. He listens to it and becomes an alert man of skill, right? Dealing with the SESHions, with the ear, the listening. And that's a whole nother class on what it really means to listen and to hear. That's the SESHions. It is good for one to speak to descendants who will what? Pay attention. So once again, Maat is teaching us to only deal with those who will pay attention, right? SESHions, right? The same word, SESHions here. If there issues good deeds from him who becomes a supervisor, he will be an eternal example, right? He will be an example eternally. His wisdom will be forever, will be Djet, right? The same word for the flesh or the body, right? The divine body, the holy body, the cleansed body with the Eve right next to it, the jet, which is forever. His wisdom will be forever. When the learned one nurtures his soul, his ba, with what is lasting, submit, it shall be good to him on the earth. It shall be never to him. When you nurture your ba with what is lasting, not for something quick, to grab something quick, to slow everything down and only deal with that which is everlasting. This eternal life. Without belief, close my eyes and I wake up at night. Right? Place your focus on that. Nurture your ba with that is only lasting to you, to become men. Right? That's the word right there. Men, to become firm, which is the word for creation from sta, which means to make firm. That is to create. So you only want to deal with that which is men, right? Which that is enduring, that lasts forever. So it shall be good to you. The prudent man is recognized for his understanding, as is the noble man for his good times. And here we go. His heart, line 528, his heart according with his tongue. Again, ma'a in eb, f nest, right? The word for tongue and fire. His tongue, his eb, which also deals with fire, because heart goes back to the cur. His heart according with his tongue. Reliable are his lips when he speaks, and his eyes when seeing. When what? There's two different words here for eye and seeing. Eye is arit, right? Or the seeing. Ma'a, same thing, the ma'a. So when you're able to see the ma'a, to see ma'at, the truth, and your lips become reliable when you speak, is when your heart is according with your tongue, right? When your eb is in accordance with your ness. So reliable are his lips whenever he speaks, and his eyes when seeing. His ears, and what's the word for ears here? Ankh. And I've showed this in one of my other classes. You know, the many different words for ankh, right? And ankh ui, f, is the same word for ears, right? The same word for life is the ears. His ears are intent on hearing what is useful. Ak, aket, light, what is useful, what you can utilize, that which is lasting forever. You only allow life into your ears. Same thing with your eyes. And you only come out with that because this is why this is death culture today, and all the music is dealing with death. Death is entering into the ears, which is what's causing all this death. And it's something that people don't recognize, that the music that we're listening to is completely controlling our thoughts and our actions. So of course we're going to see a reflection of that based on the sound vibrational tone that's going into the ankhs, that's destroying the life within you. So here, the laws of Ma'at, of course, teach you that your ears are ankh, to only allow life within your ears and have an intent on hearing what is useful, what is aket, that is useful for your son, for someone that you can pass the information down to. Because to do what is right, to do ma'at, to iri with the eye right there, right? Observation, what are we observing? What are we watching? What are we focusing on? Arit, because to do what is ma'at, iri ma'at, right? What reality are you observing? We observe ma'at on this side over here, so that way we can continue to focus on eternal life, because we recognize that death, especially in the way that it's utilized today, it's an illusion, right? It's mut, which is a rebirth, and that's what this is. I built this presentation around a rebirth. So we started out and I showed the Tim, which is the dead body, right? The expired body. And now we're traveling through the Ker, right? So we're iri Maat, right? To stay free of fraud, right? Of the Ger. We want to stay free of fraud, right? Of Isfet. All right. So yes, his heart according with his tongue. All right, let me go back over here. Yes, so this is Maxim 41 of Ptah Hotep, doing with what is according between your heart and your tongue, right? Because that's what you do to draw your reality to you. Focus your Eve. And now we're going to go to the Shabaka stone. I've showed this a few times, but it's important that we go over this information multiple times to really start to reprogram the subconscious, because you have your entire life of reciting the same things, reading the same things, being told the same things over and over and over again. That repetition, right? The sun, the Ra, the revolution. And so we have to do the same thing with information to start to reprogram that subconscious. And some of you may have never seen this information before. So this is part of one of the many creation stories here on the Shabaka stone. And we're going to read this section here, right here on the Shabaka stone. There comes into being in the heart. There comes into being by the tongue, something as the image of ATTON. And Keper, right? Keper, to come into being, to, once again, we're in the Keper state, to get to the Ra state, the revolution of the hot, the Eve, that which is in front. So you see the lion here, the hot, which means to be in front of something. And that is what the heart is, and why the heart is also associated with the heart of a lion, because the lion is all associated with the heart, because that's what the followers of Maat taught, right? The word hot, to be in front of, is the word heart as well. And Keper Emnes, there comes into being the image of ATTON. What's that word? ATTON, to come into being, the tet, the emanate, to come into being, the creation, the swirl, right? Starting at a focal point. You start at a focal point. And once you start at the focal point, then you can start to emanate out. Once you start at the focal point, then you can start to emanate out. And the Tim, to be complete, which is another name for Ra, ATTON. Ptah is the very great who gives life to all the Natiru and their Kas. Lo, through this heart and through this tongue. HERU came into being in him. Tehuti came into being in him as Ptah. Right, so here we see something very powerful with the creation story of Ptah. And HERU coming into is the Keper in HERU, coming into Ptah and Tehuti. Tehuti, Im, F, M, Ptah. So Tehuti came into being in him, in Ptah, as Ptah. So power came into being in the heart and by the tongue, and in all limbs, in accordance with teaching that the heart is in all bodies and the tongue is in every mouth of all the Natiru, all men, all flocks, all creeping things, and whatever lives, thinking whatever the heart wishes and commanding whatever the tongue wishes. Very powerful, right? Commanding, that's not asking. That's different from prayer. It's different from asking something, to put a request out. This is commanding. This is the command of the tongue, which got put into the biblical writings of the 10 commandments, because the 10 is the MEDU. That's the MEDU. That's how you say 10 is met, which creates the MEDU, the netter, the spoken word, the commanded. So it's the commandment of whatever the tongue wishes in accordance with the heart. So you see it in the Maxims of Ptah Hotep, Maxim 41 and 2375 BCE. And you see it here in 710 BCE on the Shabaka stone with the creation story of Ptah. Ptah's Ennead is before him as heart, authoritative utterance, teeth, semen, lips, and hands of Atum that used to create. This Ennead of Atum came into being through his semen and through the fingers. Surely this Ennead of Ptah is the teeth and the lips in the mouth, proclaiming the name of all things. So the proclamation, to proclaim, once again, to claim it. You're proclaiming with your sound vibration the names of all things from which Shu and Tefnut came forth from him, which gave birth to the Ennead of Ptah, Mes Pa'ut, or Pesht. The sight of the eyes, the hearing of the ears, and the breathing of the air through the nose, they transmit through the heart, which brings forth every decision. Indeed, the tongue thence repeats what is in front of the heart. Again, repeats, repetition, what is in front of the heart. Why? It's the word hot. Right, and I've showed how the nefer and the and it being symbolized of the actual the trachea and that which sits right in front of the heart, and that the heart, the thoughts from the heart, the vibration, the tongue vibrates what comes from the eve and goes up through your trachea into what's called the vocal box, right? But it all starts in the mental state of the mind. This was given birth to all his gods, all his Natiru. His Ptah's Ennead was complete. Lo, every word of the Natiru came into being through the thoughts in the heart and command by the tongue. So this is what's taken and stolen and put into these different movies and teachings, and not saying that, well, this is actually what Ptah taught, you know, through your thoughts and through your tongue, because the heart is only is what's used to transmit the vibration up through the tongue to create, right? In the beginning was the word, and I have a presentation on that, titled that, and why that is, right? So here is the Shabaka stone and the maxims of Ptah Hotep, both teaching to speak and to command your reality through your heart and through your tongue. They must be in conjunct with each other. Ptah Aten Tehuti teach that you draw unto you that which your tongue and heart has its focus on, making it directly into the maxims with the first two words of the sentence. Focus your heart, Sa'ak-ib neb ra. Right, and so there's another word we're introducing in the sentence, neb. Sa'ak-ib neb ra. Sa'ak-ib ar, or ra, to set one's heart on, right? To pull together, be self-obsessed, self-possessed, to be wary, to rejoin the corpse. Focus your heart, neb, which is the word for all. Here is the Saba'it, we see the word neb. This puts an even greater emphasis on focus. To be a master of your own thoughts, your complete ebe is to be focused entirely upon excellence. To command. To command is to bring to you. That's what attraction is. That when you say the law of attraction, the word attraction is to bring something to you. And why it is also used as a symbol of beauty, right? To attract, to be attractive. Focus your heart entirely upon excellence. Sa'ak-ib neb ra. Neb, Lord, Master, Owner, which is also the same words for any, all, and everything. The Nebo, that which holds all of the sustenance, that's which is used to hold everything, to carry something from one place to another. You put it in the Nebo. This is how we traverse to be able to carry things. And you still see this prevalent today. and then it sits on top of the head, just like Nabet Het. And so here we have Sa'ak, Ib, Nebra, Bu, Eker. Ker. So here's the word for excellence, Bu, Eker. So let's look at this word, Eker. Person, trustworthy, trusty, skillful, excellent, pleasing of speech, superior in rank, well-to-do. And here we have the sentence right here in the definition. Bu, Eker, excellence, which is why it says focus your neb, your ib, neb, ra, bu, Eker, entirely upon excellence. And Eker deals with wealth, virtue, excellence. So this is what we are focusing our ib entirely upon, the Eker. Okay, excellence. So doesn't this word sound familiar? Eker. So let me come back to the chat and see what you all have to say about this word Eker, and what this word sounds familiar with. Right? There's a lot of subconscious imagery on the screen right now to give you the answer. But this is the Eker, trustworthy, to be to be excellent, right? To be excellent. So let me come back to the chat room here. The Eker, to be excellent. What else does that word mean? Okay, peace, Minty Hotep, who says Hotep family, Aten Aten, Ubin Henu, house of Aten. Hotep to you, sister, Minty Hotep. Okay, Squano trending. Peace, everyone. Peace to you, good brother, the most consistent supporter on YouTube. Held the house of Aten. Absolutely. All right, big vapes with the, is that a bull? With the bulls. Ptah. Yes, this resonates powerfully, expecting more of myself going forward. Nefer, that's beautiful. Tua for your comment. Roberto Reyes put Ma'akaru, or Robert Reyes, Ma'akaru Amun Ray put Kurt. Yes, Kurt and Nefer sounds like echo. Medu Nefer. All right, let's see. So doesn't this word sound familiar? Eker. It is the root word for fire and for heart. The Ker or the Kurt. When I showed the etymology for focus and the actual word Ker going back to fire, and the heart going back to Kurt, which is what Ptah used. I keep doing that. My apologies. Okay, here we are. Which is what Ptah used directly to create existence. Oh, yes. What about the word create itself? What about the word create itself? What does create go back to? To bring into being, to bring forth, to procreate, pyroot, Her, to grow, to grow from Ker. So to create is the literal Ker, it's the voice, and heart, because heart goes back to the word Kurt. So this is completely overstood. They understand this. And there's a reason why there's so many distractions in the matrix that keeps you from being able to successfully follow your Eve. And that's the law of Maat. That is in the writings of the Sebai. is to do what pleases the Ka, to do what pleases the Eve. And they definitely make it difficult in this matrix to do that, for sure. And why they pump death into the ears, into the ankhs of our youth, to be able to control them at a very young age, to be destructive and on the side of Isfet, because they understand that the Ker is what's used to grow. The Ker is what's used to grow, related to Karas, to arise, to be born, increase, to grow. Of course, it's Ker, related to Karas, which is what you are in when you go into the Kert. You are in the Karas. That's the burial. The Karas, the bury, the burial, the Karast. Christ is the burial. When you're in the position of Tim, when you're in the burial, going into the Ker, you are focal, you are Ker, bringing yourself, pulling yourself together, Sa'ik, in the Karas, while you're traversing through the Neter Kert, utilizing your Keru. So that is the creation, Ker, to grow. And so they completely overstand this. They overstand this, and we are rightfully taking back our information and utilizing it while we are taking it back. And it's a beautiful thing. So Henu, Tua to the Natiru, Tua to the Pa'ut. And then here we have Ikert, realm of the dead. And for those of you who may not know this information, so the English alphabet was created in many different ways. And so letters were introduced in different time periods for different reasons. So the G and the K are interchangeably. So the G, the K, the C, the Q, those can all be utilized interchangeably. And so when you use the G, it's Kert. It's the same thing. It's the Kert, because it's the Neter Kert, the same realm of the dead. And here you have the G, and in the Budge dictionary, you'll see this translated or as the K with the dot underneath, because it's the same letter, which is why K and G are interchangeable in the word knowledge, or to know, because it comes from know, which is GNO. It's GNO. And let me see and pull something up real quick. Yeah, because I put that in this piece I'm working on. I said knowledge is silent, so spell it for me. Silent K's, who knows how to spell no. The N, the K, the G can all be used interchangeably. It comes from Gno, creating Gnostic, the cognizance. 11 letters later shows the magic of the door. Mason building, they're hiding their hands. Stolen magic of the ones to bring the first concept of a second. The first is the second. I represent the ones who came before. And so that's dealing with the K and the G, and that being interchanged. So this is the Ekert, the realm of the dead, the Ekert. Once again, here's the Q. So the metanetter is beautiful. So you can spell your name multiple different ways, because there's multiple symbols that deal with the similar or same sound vibrational tone. And this is the perfect land, the place where you're going when you're in the Karas, right? To create, Ker, to grow through the voice. Yes, all from the sound vibration of Ker, which is the realm of sound and speech. Being that the Ker is your tongue, as well as the rudder for the boat that guides your travels. The eye is all of your senses, including thought, gathered into an action or into a focal point of fire, right? And this is an action. So the eye, what's known today as the third eye, and some people may even know it as the eye of Horus. This is all of your senses, including thought, gathered into a focal point of fire. This is an action, right? So it's gathering all of the senses together to become whole. To become whole, which creates the word healthy. So the eyes are the windows or the see-through door or the mirror to the soul. This is why the eye is the word to create, shape, and form, to do something. All right, ear, iri, or ari, or ara, or arit, eye. To create, to beget. So the create in the English comes from the cur, which means to grow, which is the cur of the actual voice, the sound vibration, the rudder that you use to control your consciousness, which is turned into a boat. It's your boat of consciousness. And that's what you're using to traverse, to get to where you're going, your sound vibrational tone. That's what is creating everything. And that is the iri. That's the eye, right? Because this is happening within the eye. And it's not just the actual physical eye, as I'm showing. I haven't shown nothing about a physical eye in this presentation, but this all deals with thought, to create, to beget, to shape something, to form something in nature, right? So that all starts with the thought that happens within the eye, which is the first eye. And I'll show in this presentation how the ancestors actually called it the first eye. So when you hear people saying the first eye today, ask them why. And I can guarantee you they won't be able to show you. But I'm going to show in this presentation where the ancestors actually call the eye that we're speaking about, the eye of what they call eye of Horus, or the third eye. They called it the first eye. That's what they said it was. So this growth from a focal point is what creation is, all done within the eye of the mind. The ar, to see, and ar is the pupil of the eye. And the pupil is the focal point. Literally, it's the point. It's the focal point in the middle of the eye. Ari, and deals with light, a fiery one. So ara, or ari, is the light or the fiery one, right? Dealing with the fire. So this is, as I continuously teach, we are the keepers of the flame. And this is what life is based around. And we will continue to make sure that we keep our flame burning. Creation only happens because of observation, creating the mathematics we see all throughout the universe. So it only happens because of observation. And this is shown and proved that something really doesn't truly exist until you observe it. The observation is what allows the thing to exist. And we're starting to begin to understand that through the scientific community today. But we understood this thousands of years ago, and why we were able to begin to create all what we did in the long expanded period of time that we have to give birth to the foundation of a large majority of how we speak and the things that we do today. It's just been twisted and warped and manipulated and deformed and then given back to you. But it's to go back to the source and the origin and to understand how things start to begin to create themselves. We can start to take back, we can start to pull back in what's ours and take back control of our lives and that which happens around us, and no longer become victim of circumstance, which what seems to tend to happen. But we are also in control of these things. And the more we understand that, the more we'll be able to take back our own sovereignty as a ba, as a ka, as a ak, as a ku, and traverse in the way that we would like to, as the PRISS teaches us, to obtain power to do what pleases your Ka, to do what pleases your Eve. So we see the observation creating the mathematics, right? And so that's why when you look at the WADJET, the first eye, what many people know as the eye of Horus, and this is let me come back to the screen real quick. So there is a group. There's a group in my locality, because I go to different spoken word events, and I go to different just speaking events, and there are people who use this symbol as their logo. And I remember when I first walked up to one of the fellows who I'd seen wearing it, and I asked him, I said, "Hey, what is that?" And it's the Eye of Horus, and it deals with being able to see more than the physical. And I said, "Oh, okay. Where'd you learn that?" And there is no there is no answer. Just just this is what I read on the internet. And I know it's there's all type of magic that exists around you, and when you put yourself out there to be able to see and recognize it, you start to see things, and how the matrix forms itself around you, especially when you're in the frequency of Maat, and you're able to see through the Maat, and you see the coding that's happening around you. And that'll be another one of my classes, coding reality, and that's a whole nother topic. Coding reality and what that means. But yes, there's a group of poets that utilize this as a symbol for their logo, but they do not know anything other than the basic Google search about it, but they made it their logo. So and many of you have seen the image of me wearing the white hoodie with the WADJETs painted on my face. So the next time he saw me like that. And of course there was many questions. So it's wonderful, because I walk with this when I do my performances, especially one that's very major or important to me. I put these symbols on me because I'm a representation of this, and because of what this all represents. And here is the mathematical fraction of it, and being able to see the coding, the mathematics in your sight, and to be able to pull together all your senses into one to see through that eye. So here is a chart I have created to show the meaning and mathematical fractions along with the metanetter of what's known as the Eye of HERU. Okay, so here we have the name of the Eye of Horus. It's called the WADJET. The WADJET, the uninjured Eye of HERU, source of notion of measures of capacity. Right, this deals with measures of capacity, which is this, right? The measurements. All the fractions here, which all these add up to 63 over 64. The WADJET, or the WADJET, because you'll see it spelled these two different ways here. As you see, the D and the T are changed, the DJ, the TC, the J, it's all the same thing. And so the English makes it confusing whenever you go to look up some of these words, because you'll think because the English spells it a different way that it's not actually sound, vibrational, tone, and it's just not true. They make it they can make it very confusing. But once you start to listen to the sounds versus the actual spelling of it, then that's when you'll be able to see more of the connections. And sometimes people tell me, hey, you're when I listen to you rhyme, you're rhyming words that don't really even rhyme. And the reason why I'm able to rhyme words that don't seem like they're supposed to rhyme is because I only deal with the sound vibration of it. I do not care how it's spelled at all. That means nothing to me. I can take a word and make it rhyme with another word. But if you was to spell it out, it would seem like it doesn't rhyme. And that's my trick as to how I do that, is I don't look at words through spelling. It's about the sound vibration. When you understand that these letters and these sounds can be interchanged with each other, it expands your ability to be able to rhyme words. And it's beautiful because the meta netter stories are rhyming, right? So the stories are rhyming. So when you have the word Kim, like in Atef Rim Kim Maat, you have Kim, which is the color black or darkness, and Kim, which is 3, and then you have Gim, which is to dig into the darkness, and then you have Tim, Kim Tim, which is the completed self, which to be complete is black. So they actually rhymed words together that told a story. So it was a different level of rhyming. Some people may not, most people don't understand that when it comes to did the ancient Cometians rhyme? Yes, they rhymed, but they didn't rhyme how we rhyme today. They rhymed through metaphor, and they rhymed through story. That's how they started to create their rhymes. And so, yes, here's the WADJET, and here's the word meditate in the etymology, which means to ponder, to think, to abstract, right? To take appropriate measures, to plan in the mind, to employ the mind in thought and contemplation. So meditate is, of course, to plan, to think, and it deals with med, creates the word medicine and health, but it means to take appropriate measures, which is what this is, to take appropriate measures. And here we have the different senses on the side. The 1/2 of a hekat, the smell, the sight, the thought, which is used as an eyebrow or a horn, which is also the word eb, is the word horn, and it deals with right on the head, right? And you also utilize it for something that's in the middle. And you see this word being utilized with the thought. So it's the horn or the eyebrow. 1/8, hearing, which is this part of the eye, which is creating the arrow pointing to the ear. Taste, of course, the tongue. And touch. 164, that's touching, that's digging into the ground, to touch the ground. So these are the 6 senses that you are to gather together to become WADJET, so you can have the uninjured eye of HERU, right? So you can measure appropriately, right? Through thought, and the thought and the conjunction with the tongue and the heart is what you use to create. So this is why the ancestors were able to create what they did, because they understood the actual the Maat science of what it means to create. And so those who stole from the ancestors then created what they created, and gave us the reverse upside down information. So it makes it much more difficult to get to where we need to go. But this is why the House of Aten is here, is to correct and to place a blip in this existence here, to give people a doorway into the truth. So yes, the heket, this is what these are called. The heket, the measurements. So here's the heket, the corn measure, and heka, which is ruler. Yes, and not the ruler that you use to measure something. No, the ruler, the one used to take appropriate measures to rule, to govern. Rulership, hekat. So of course the ruler and what we recognize today that's used for measurements comes from the teachings of the followers of Maat and the Heka, the Hekat, the Heka, which is also the voice, the words that you use to rule over, to govern your reality, to take appropriate measures through the WADJET, through all the 6 senses combined together in a position of completion, so that way you can govern through the heka, through the voice, to hook, right? To hook what it is that you want to achieve and attain, which in this particular presentation is about excellence. So you hook it, and now you can control it. Now you can guide it where it wants to go. And so this is the WADJET, right? This is what the WADJET truly is, and what it really means. So let's keep moving. A WADJET is a symbol used for many of the Natiru. And that's another thing. You'll only see people say the eye of Horus. The eye is utilized through many of the Natiru. There's the eye of Kinimenu, right? The Kimenu. There's the eye of Ra. There's so many Natiru who are associated with the eye. So it's not just the eye of Horus. It's the WADJET. And we need to make sure to correct this. So the WADJET is a symbol used for many of the Natiru. The word itself also means to command and judge. So WADJET, again, deals with the commandment, the commanding and judgment, to take appropriate measures so that you can judge appropriately. This is beautiful, powerful. To judge your thoughts before you speak and to be wise with what you allow to flow through you as thought vibration before transmuting itself into sound vibration as the the voice for this reality to be seen. The third eye is a concept that is worldwide today and is taught about throughout many cultures today. Yet you will only find some connecting it back to the eye of Horus, and even with that, it's only left there. This is what separates the House of Aten from everyone else. What did the people who created the concept say for themselves? So now we're going to go into the Ptah in Peru, 1250 BCE, the Papyrus of Ani, page 218, plate 32. And right before this line is Nuk. Nuk Neb Techeta. I am the Lord of eternity. I feel and I perceive. The perception. I am the Lord of the crown. I am in the WADJET and in my egg twice. So I'm in the WADJET and the Sahu. The Sahut, the egg, which is the Sahu, which is the body transformed into enlightenment, right? Another name for Asar, the reawakened body, the Sahu, and the egg, the Sahuti. So I am within that. I am within the WADJET itself. So it's not just something that, oh, it's your third eye. It's right there. No, the WADJET is something that you are within. You are within that. It is granted to me to live with them, right? To live with them, the WADJET and the Sahu. I am in the WADJET in its closing. I exist by its strength. I come forth and I shine. I go in and I come to life. I am in the WADJET. My seat is my throne. I sit in the pupil of the eye by it. So here we are in the WADJET, where the throne is. My seat is my throne, right? Aset, I am nest. What's that word? Nest, throne, which is also the tongue. Dealing with the commanding of the tongue. So where I sit is my throne. I sit in the pupil of the eye by it. And right here is actually the word Ker, right? Which is the main word, one of the main words we've been focusing on, where the word heart and focus goes back into Ker, which deals with fire, and the pupil of the Ker, which is the netter Ker, the interworld. So here is the Ker within the pupil. So in the S is actually a feminine symbol. So it's within her. So I sit in the pupil of the eye within her. I am HERU traversing. He, millions of years, eternity. I have commanded, Utu na nesta, Heka. I have commanded my seat. I rule it by my mouth, speaking and silent. Again, the Ker. Techetet Ker. So I command my seat. I rule it by my mouth, speaking and silent. I maintain an exact balance. The balance when to speak and when silence is necessary. Verily, my forms, which is the word with the I, aru, to form, to create. My forms are inverted, seket. They're inverted, right? The double. I am the God, the Netzer Unen, season from season. What is his is in him. Right? Once again, Kurt, what is his is within him. I am one coming from one. He revolveth. I am in the Uwache. Not are my things evil or hostile. So here we see the ancestors teaching us to go within the Uwache, right? To go within that. And what the Uwache is, as I just showed, right? The 6 senses all collected into one place so that you can take appropriate measure, right? So that's what you go within, and within the egg, so you can be reborn, cleansed, right? To wash the eye, which is what Tehuti does. He washes the eye of Heru when he's in the battle with Set. Tehuti is the one who came to cleanse the eye, to wash the eye, and provide all of this back to Heru, which is what Tehuti is also doing for us. Each and every one of us. This is what Tehuti is doing for us as well, washing and cleansing the eye and teaching us to gather all of our senses together into one so we can be the Uwache, so we can be within the Uwache and be a representation of that, right? And it's more than just, it's the third eye. I see something. Okay, let's keep going. We can see here clearly that the Uwache is not only something that you have in the middle of your forehead, but it's also something you are to be within. A place where you must command your throne and sit, which is in the focal point, the pupil, sa'ak-e, to focus your ebe. You can only measure and rule the throne by way of the mouth, by way of the heka, the sound vibrational tone, which is what the PRISS is. Thou sayest this, come to this door. Here's the tone. Here's the name of this door. Here's the name of this doorkeeper. Here is what you must say. What are you echoing through your eve and through your heart to create, to create your reality, right? So you can only rule the throne by way of the mouth. I have commanded my seat. I rule it by my mouth. Heka. I didn't show the 7th fraction used for the followers of Maat that is also used for the word fraction itself, did I? Well, this is something you won't see when you look up the Uwache. And it'll show these 6 senses. So I had to create my own chart. So of course, because we separate ourselves, but there's a 7th fraction as well. And do you all want to know what the glyph is for the 7th fraction, which is 1/320th? A hekat, 1/320. Where's my the mouth. The mouth is the 7th fraction, 1/320 hekat. The word fractions is the mouth, is Ra, which is also a door, utterance, speech, and language, the opening. So yes, very powerful. And so here is Proceedings of the Society of Biblical Archaeology, November 1891 to June 1892, volume 14, 22nd session, published at the offices of the Society, 37 Great Russell Street, Bloomsbury, WC 1892, page 426. Fractions of the heket happen to be rare in these early documents, but nonetheless, the principle of the notation of the fraction must be stated. They form a demi-dyad series down to 164, right? As I showed up here, so it starts at 1/2 and works its way 1/4, 1/8, 1/16, 132 to 164. So they form a demi-dyadic series 164 and are denoted by special symbols, which is in an inscription of the 19th dynasty, are rendered thus into hieroglyphs. So here you see them here, right? The hieratic sign plus for 164 is a symbol of quartering and shows that the Egyptians looked upon that fraction as 1/4. Ten was a very useful division, and 1/10 of the heket produced the important measure named HENU. So 1/10 of the heket. So the heket is, we see the divisions of 10, of course, and the heket is the divisibles of 100. So the HENU is 1 of 10. So that's the name of actually 1/10 of a heket is the HENU. The Egyptians therefore found it convenient to break up the heket into fractions, which united their cubic quarter series with the HENU. This fraction 1/320, the GCM of 110 and 164, they named Ra, or the fraction par excellence. In the Kahun papyri, besides the special multiples, there are the symbols for the demi-dyadic fractions of the heket and indications of this ray series, which, according to the fuller evidence of the mathematical papyrus, is Ra, and with different lines 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 3, and 4, and Ra with the line underneath is 5, being the cubic quarter of 1/64, which is the sense of touch. The Ra, the 5, admitting also of subdivision 2/3 or 1/2, etc., so as to express fractional quantities with the utmost accuracy. So the depth that that our ancestors utilized when not only just creating mathematics itself, the actual understanding of mathematics and fractions and how things are divided up, and understanding the creational mathematical sequence. Not only understanding all that and creating that to be accurate in their measurements, the metanetter assigned to these fractions is parts of the eye in the consciousness, because the Ra, the mouth, is also the eye, and it's doorways, right? The windows, the door into what's within you. So the metanetter is, this is so deep, it's beautiful. And knowing and understanding how we created math and assigned the metanetter imagery assigned to the mathematics that deals with the WADJET and deals with your senses and deals with being complete and being whole and being healthy, right? And utterance, right? Utterance, the mouth, the doorways. Okay, so this is what you won't find on the other channels. It gets no deeper than the followers of Maat. The mouth is a doorway which can be used for speech or silence, which is an open or closed door. By knowing how to calculate when either side should be utilized, and the mastering of this will bring about an exact balance. I have commanded my seat. I rule it by my mouth, speaking and silent. I maintain an exact balance. Verily, my forms are inverted. I am the God Unen. You also create in silence by means of thought vibration. The highest forms of creation exist in a hidden state. This is why hidden and create is the same meta word. I don't know if you all have ever seen this before, but here we have Amen, which means secret and hidden, which is also the word for create. The hidden place where you create, the Ker, the Ker, the Kurt. To create within the secret, the hidden place. The WADJET is also the name of a particular Neteret who also plays a particular position. Let me show you. So here we are, page 56 of the HERU, Papyrus of Ani. Thou spreadest thy hair, I scatter it upon his forehead. Right, the upet with the horn. Aset it is who hideth in it. She hath drawn her hair there. Now, WADJET, the lady of flames, of fire, is the Eye of Ra. So here we have WADJET, which is the word for eye, and health, which means to be whole, because whole and healthy is the same word. WADJET is the lady of flames. She's the Amu. She's the Nebet Amu, which is a palindrome, right? The Eye of Ra is WADJET. So once again, layers on layers on layers on layers, and showing what the WADJET is and what it represents and how it's a representation of one of the great ladies, the ladies of the flame, which is also the Maat, the Maat, the Eye of Ra, dealing with flame and fire, the focal point. Where are you placing your focus? Where is your observation at? And what are you creating through your observation? Because whatever you're observing is your reality. So now you see the Eye of Ra is associated with the goddess. Let me show you another Neteret who is the Eye of Ra and a lady of Amentet. And here's a word for eye, a name of heaven or the sky, the Uchat. So it is the eye. The eye is the sky itself as well. The WADJET. And we have ATTON right here on the side watching us traverse. Page 242 of the HERU, chapter 30 or plate 37, plate 32 right here. HERU, hurt, nebet of Amentet. Of where? Amentet. The same word that we just saw that was the hidden place, the Amen, and the same word that's used to create. So she is the lady of Amentet, dweller in Urt, lady of Tasert, Maat, Ra, the Eye of Ra. So HERU, who is the lady of Amentet, the hidden place, the place of creation, she is also the Eye of Ra, dweller in his brow, beautiful face in the boat of a million years, the seat of peace for doing what is right and true, the Aset HOTEP in Ari, for creating, for doing what is Maat. Among the favored ones, to make the bark of the sun great, to sell forth the Maati, the right and truth. So HERU is the seat. She is the seat of peace, right? Because that's why Aset is the actual word for seat, is Aset. And that's why later on we will see the Neterets, the feminine principles, and the and when traveling through the Neterkert, you will see the feminine consciousness in a body in the position of a seat, because they are the seat. So the female Natiru are the thrones in which support you as the commander of the tongue. And for living in Maat, which happens within the eye. Hopefully, after this class, you all will be able to see that the eye is far more than just an organ of sight. We must expand our sight as the hawk of Ra to expand our light consciousness, right? To have the vision, to become Heru, to become Ra, to place that hawk on your head and see through the consciousness of the hawk. May he grant what? A view of the disc of the Aten, and the sight of the Yah, of the moon god, of the moon netter, Yah, Tehuti, without ceasing every day. And there's the word Eb again, same word for heart and purification. And here's the Eb, the determinative for Eb is also a flame. And the coming forth of my soul to walk about every place it pleases. So again, may he grant a view, a ma'ah, of the disc and a sight of the moon god without ceasing every day, and coming forth of my soul to satut about every place it pleases. So ma'ah, let's look at this symbol here. Does anyone know what this symbol is and where you can find this symbol here? So let me come back to the chat and see if you all have ever seen this symbol before, and where you can see this, because this creates the word ma'ah. It creates another word as well, but it means a view. So does anyone know what this is? So let me come back to the chat room and see. All right, peace and love, everyone. Two up for all the participation in the chat. Peace to the great brother Ahati Maat, who is here with us. Peace to you, great brother. Glad to see you. All right. Nefer Keperet says, not sure. Big Vapes says side of an eagle's face. Okay. Angela Gates says, I don't know. Excellent. Roberto Reyes, first time seeing it. All right. Excellent. What about you, Minty Hotep? Robert Williams? Jay Kirkland, Ma HERU? Have you guys ever seen this this glyph before? Let's get some participation for our keep moving forward. We are traversing in the boat of consciousness through this presentation. And so now we're just making a quick pit stop to see and make sure everyone is here with us. All right. Let's see. What do you all think? What is this? Have you ever seen it before? And why would it be a view? Oxafek says, I don't know. Okay, excellent. Ron Shelley says, I see a head with arms reaching for the sun. Excellent. Robert Williams says, a porcupine. It's the first time I've heard that one. Great, great. Looks like a sun over a serpent. Okay. Wonderful. 2 out for all the participation in the chat room. Eric G, peace to you, good brother. Hail to Aten teachers. Hail Ahati. Absolutely. All right. So excellent participation. Okay. So most say, I don't know. We got a couple guesses out of the eagle's face. Okay, so let's see what this is right here. May he grant a view, because we're dealing with focus, right? We're dealing with sa'ak. So what is that? So where do we see this image for a view, ma'ah, being used? All right, so here is the symbol here, values imak and ma'ah. This is in JShesh. This is a good program that allows you to do what I do when it comes to putting up the metanetter and creating my own metanetter and transliterations. I use a system called JShesh, and this right here tells you the Gardner codes and will tell you the values where you can find these words in dictionaries. Okay, so here it is right here, 816. So we're gonna go back to the temple of Seti 1, the chapel of RA-HORAKHTY. All right, and here it is. All right, does anyone see it? We see Seti 1 here, putting his pinky up to the serpent that's coming forth from the sun of Ra's head. So if we look at Ra, we see it right here. It's the side. So you was close, Big Vapes. You was close. It's not the side of an eagle, it's the side of a hawk. It's the eye of Heru, or the eye of Ra, because Ra is the first Heru, which is why they have the same anthropomorphic animal being utilized. Ra is Heru Erd, the elder Heru. So yes, the eye of Heru, the eye of Ra, is the side eye of the hawk here, which creates the word ma'ah or amak, which is a view, sight to see. So yes, the greatest sighted bird is the hawk. Therefore, the eye of the hawk becomes the word for sight and veneration, giving honor to our ability to see Maat. And here we are at page 812 of the Vigus Dictionary, Imak and Maat, with the symbol right here, H16 glyph, venerable, an epithet of the Natiru, and Maat, to see, to look upon, to regard, to see, to inspect, to look on, to observe. Now, every time that you see Ra, I guarantee you that you will see this symbol here, the Amak on the eye, which means to view and to see something. And it's also a symbol of the eye of Heru, or the eye of Ra. Excellent. Should you become a man of excellence, sitting in the council of his Lord, focus your heart entirely upon excellence. Focus your Eve entirely upon Iker. Iker, what is Iker? Successful, fruitful, excellent, splendid, trustworthy, skillful, superior, a trustworthy man. I showed this definition earlier and how it connects to the Ker, creating the English words create, heart, and focus. Those three words come from the word Ker, the sound vibration Ker. Let me show you more. So let me show you another aspect of how the ISFET matrix of today flipped and reversed our teachings. So what animal today is associated with the opposite of trustworthiness? You always hear someone who cannot be trusted called this animal. So let me ask you all, what is the animal that's associated with untrustworthiness? When they say this person is not trustworthy, this person is a what? What animal do we associate with being untrustworthy? See, fill it up in the chat, fill it up. All right, yes. All right, yeah, there we go. Snake, Roberto Reyes, Big Vapes, Robert Williams, Snake, Minty Hotep put serpent, Angela Gates put snake, Eric G put snake. Eric G put rat, LOL. Yes, it's more so associated with a snitch, which, you know, what they call snitches and people who tell on people, rats, which of course can be untrustworthy. So yes, the serpent, the snake, is the one that we always call, that person's a snake. You know, I got to keep my grass cut so I can see the snakes. So I can see the snakes crawling, and, you know, keep your grass cut. You know, we don't deal with people who are snakish. They're slimy ways. They slither their way into different positions, and they'll snake you out. So yes, absolutely. It's the only time you hear someone being associated with a snake is in something that has to deal with being untrustworthy, right? And this is another thing that I love about what Saba Tehuti has brought forward consciously to us, is because the Matrix teaches us to associate ourselves with animals in a negative way, except for when it comes to maybe a bull or a lion. But other than those two, you know, just as if the cow, for a woman to associate herself with a cow in today's Matrix would be negative. But it's absolutely a beautiful teaching to know that you are a cow. You are the HERU. You're the one who houses and protects the young. You're the vulture, right? The vulture. And vulture deals with death. Anytime you see vultures, you know someone's about to die. That, you know, you hear that a lot. But you are the vulture. You're the protector of the children. And this is the same thing with the snake. So being a snake, we are representations of the snake. Right. And so that's why the Purim Heru has a chapter in a section of becoming the nook, the neck, the snake. So it is not just a negative word. So yes, the snake, which is the same word for trust. A Heru, snake. So now when you are to say, I am a snake, it means I am trustworthy, which is the complete opposite of what this matrix says when you are a snake. So this is absolutely imperative, and this shows how the matrix just flips up everything upside down and uses our own teachings and understandings of nature, and stole that from us, and gave us back death culture. So Ikaru is a snake, a trustworthy person, and this is why we utilize snakes. And all throughout the Purim Heru, all throughout the teachings of the Netter Kurt, you see serpents, you see snakes. There is a negative snake, the Apet, but we didn't acknowledge, just because a pet is a negative version of a snake, that all snakes are like that, like how it's utilized today. You know, you'll take one thing, one person, and complete it to a whole species, and that's just not how it is. We never did that. It was a case-by-case basis, person by person, animal by animal, because it's not neither good or bad. It's just what the tool is being used for that makes it either positive or negative to you, because it may be the opposite to another creature. But the Ikiru is a snake, deals with trustworthiness and being trustworthy. So the snake is the symbol that is placed directly in the position of the first eye in the middle of the head to represent expansion of consciousness and the sight of all the collected senses. This is why the part E's wear the cobra on the forehead, which takes us right back to the eye, the Uwachi, the source of notation of measures of capacity used of Eye of Ra. So the Uwachi, which is the same name for the serpent, the Netert of Northern Kemet. The Uwachi, who is the eye, is the same word for the cobra goddess, the Uwachi. So this is the Uwachi as well, the same. So it's in the position of where the Uwachi is, the eye, as an actual serpent, which represent expansion and to raise up and to expand, is the name of the Neteret of Northern Kemet, Uwachi, with the Waj, with the papyrus plant. The two serpent goddesses, Uwachti, as well as the two Neterts put together, the WADJET, the two goddesses, WADJET and Nekbet, the two Uriah on the brow of Ra. So we're seeing how the eye is a representation of the feminine, of the female, of the goddess, of the Neteret, and which also tells the story of those are the two goddesses, the Nepti, Aset and Nepet, who are the ones who gathered together the body parts for Asar for him to become complete. So they are the WADJET, the WADJET and Nekbet. Nekbet is the vulture. When you look at King Tutankhamun's headdress, the Nemes, and his famous mask, you see a vulture and you see a serpent. And that's the two Neterets of Upper and Lower Kemet, WADJET and Nekbet, which are both feminine, which deal with the eye and deal with sight. So without the feminine support of the Neterets, of the Himtis, there is no sight. They are the reason why you are able to collect your senses together and to expand and raise your consciousness. And we understood this. This is why they are the symbols that they are. The place where judgment happens because of proper measurement, right? To measure properly, to meditate, deals with the medicine and deals with judgment, right? Why? Because WADJET is also the word for judgment. It's also the word for judgment. Iker is also a name of Tehuti. We also see the ibis digging, focus and dig. So should you become a man of excellence, of Iker, of what? Representation of Tehuti. Iker, an epithet of Tehuti. And then we have Iker here with the ibis digging. The word gim, which means excellent, outstanding, is the Iker, the cur. So a representation of the snake, who is Tehuti. An epithet of Tehuti is Iker, in the position of digging. So let's focus and dig. Mahor, and shout out to HERU, who's in the chat, a great member of the House of Aten, houseofaten.org. The fiery flash that cometh forth from the eye of HERU. So once again, HERU is the fiery flash that comes forth from the eye of HERU. It is the two ladies who are the actual eyes, the ladies of light, the ones who support your vision and resurrection into light. Steering the boat of consciousness. This is why the word for divine eye is, guess what the word for divine eye is? Neteret, the divine eye, the goddess, with the symbol of the WADJET there as a determinative. The WADJET and the serpent, which these two combined is what sits in the middle of the head to represent the collective consciousness of all the senses to become complete and to become whole. And that is only happens by attaining focus, a focal point, by starting to gather together your parts that are scattered everywhere. It is the Netert that becomes the eye, the divine eye, and a representation of that which is seen in the realm of the Amen, the realm where you create through the Ker, through the Neter Kert, through the voice. To demonstrate this, let me take you to the teachings of the AMDUAT, teachings that the unconscious community today, because un also means to be coming into existence. So not only are they unconscious, but they're coming into consciousness, right? We're creating the community of of Aten, of Ra, of HERU, of the Neter, of the Neterets, of the Netiru. Today, the unconscious community are ashamed to claim the oldest attestations of the book of the AMDUAT reside within the Ptah Aten of Tehuti III, which Ptah Aten is what they call tomb. But it's not a tomb, it's a house of eternity. That's what they're called, the house of eternal life, the house of eternity. So they reside within the Ptah Aten of Tehuti III, Amenhotep II, and Amenhotep III, who is the father to Akhenaten, Amenhotep IV. The most complete copy is on the walls of the Purhe, the house of eternity, of SETI I. For those who may not be familiar with these writings, let me give you the full complete title. So we're going to go into the teaching of the AMDUAT. Let me ask in the chat first if anyone has ever read or heard about the teachings of the AMDUAT and what that is. If anyone has ever heard of the teachings of the AMDUAT. We've heard of the HERU, right? We've heard of the maxims of Ptah HOTEP. We've heard of the Sabayit, the maxims of Ankh, and we've heard of a lot of the Sabayit and the Purim Heru. Has anybody ever heard of we've heard of the coffin text, right? We've heard of the pyramid text. But what about the teachings of the AMDUAT? Let's see if anybody has ever heard about this information before I keep moving.
Yo, let's go.
They forget that we the real champions around here.
All right. Robert Reyes, Ma'akaru Amun Ray says no. Angela Gates, never heard of it. All right. Excellent. That's what I love to hear. Jason Kirkland says no, I haven't. Robert Williams says no. Okay, let's get a few more. Minty Hotep says heard about it, haven't read it. Okay, excellent. Big Vapes is laughing. All right, so it doesn't seem like any of you have read anything from the teachings of the AMDUAT. A couple of you have heard it. Oxafek only heard of it from Saba. Okay, excellent. All right, so now I'm gonna give you the complete title. It may be called the Book of the AMDUAT. But I'm gonna give you the full complete title. Okay. The book AMDUAT, the title of the work. So this is in the Egyptian Heaven and Hell, Volume 1 by E.A. Wallace Budge, page 2. So here's the full title of the actual writings. The writings and the drawings of the hidden palace, which appertain to the souls and to the Netiru and the shadows and the spirits, which compose the beginning of the horn of Amentet, of the horizon of Amentet, which is the utmost boundary of the thick darkness of the horizon of Amentet, containing the knowledge of the soul of the Tuat, and the knowledge of the secret souls, and the knowledge of the doors and the ways through and on which the great Netiru journeyeth, and the knowledge of the hours and of their Netiru, and the knowledge of the journeying of the hours and of their Netiru, and the knowledge of the formulae which they say to Ra, and the knowledge of the speeches which he maketh to them, and the knowledge of the Netiru who praise him, and of those who affect destruction. Now that is a title. That is a title. So very powerful writings are within the book AMDUAT. So if you all are not familiar with this, I'm now bringing this forward to your consciousness so you can get into these writings. because they are very powerful, and they teach about what's known as the 12 hours of the night. So the 12 hours of the night. And they are they're very powerful. And this story actually deals with of course it's about a star and being resurrected, but who we use in the book AMDUAT, the teachings of the AMDUAT, is Afu Ra, which Afu is the word for flesh, and also means the dead flesh of Ra. So as we go through, there's 3 volumes to this book. I employ everyone to look these books up. You can find them for free, the PDFs. Egyptian Heaven and Hell, Volume 1, Volume 2, and Volume 3. 3 volumes that give 3 different set of information through each volume for the 12 hours of the AMDUAT, okay, by E.A. Wallace Budge. Okay, so beautiful, beautiful title. So let's get into that. So now let me take you to the 10th hour. The 10th hour of the AMDUAT that lives in the Ptah Chet of SETI the first. Okay, let me change my tab over. Give me just a few moments here so I can pull this tab up for y'all so we can go to SETI the first Ptah Cheta. Okay, let me stop sharing. Share again. Boom. Okay, here we are. Here we are in the Ptah Chet of SETI the first. Min Maat Ra. Okay. All right, HOTEP. All right, let's traverse. So we're right here, and we're going to make our way down Henu Maat. Make our way down through this Ptah Chet here. Going into the Ker. Beautiful, wonderful. These are absolutely beautiful. So you see the serpent and the rope being carried and led all the way through. Okay, and here we are. I think we're where we want to be. All right, so this section here of the Ptah Chet has the AMDUAT hours 9, 10, and 11. Okay, so that's what's on this wall, the AMDUAT hours of 9, 10, and 11. And so we're going to go here, which this is the 9th hour, starting at this wall. So making our way as Afu Ra through the Kert, through the Akert. And here is the 10th hour right here. So this is what we're going to be looking at. We're going to be looking at this wall here. Take a good look at this wall here. You see there's 3 different sections. This bottom section here is damaged a lot, but there's 3 separate sections here. And here is Afu Ra making its way through the boat. And right here, protected and covered by the serpent Mehen. Okay, so this is what we're going to be looking at. All right, let me Robert Williams said, I would love to see that in real life. Absolutely. There will come a time. All right, let me share again. Window. Never reality. Okay, so yes, this is where we are. Right here on the wall. Did you all notice anything in particular? So let me ask you all from this picture, from looking at this picture, you can put a couple observations in the chat. Let me know what you are seeing here. If you all see anything in particular that sticks out to you. Okay, so just type some observation in and see if there's anything in particular that you all see. All right, let's see what you all are observing. Let's see. Right, this is observing reality. What observations do you all make by looking at this wall here in the temple, the Ptah Chetu of Seti the First, the book AMDUAT, or the teachings of the AMDUAT, hour 10. Okay, let's get some participation in the chat. What are you all observing? What do you all see here? If it's you say you see right here, we see somebody right here with the sun on his head. His head is literally the sun. Let's get some participation. What do you all see? What are you all observing here? Who typed this in? Is this you, Menkhu or ATTEP? You all can't see that? And it may be difficult to point something else because you've never seen this before. So it's just like when you come across the meta netter for the first time. You don't really know what you're looking at. You see it, but it's like, what really am I looking at here? So Robert Williams says plaster. Neferkeperet says, I see the Maat digging symbol. Okay, excellent. Roberto Reyes says hard to see image. Angela Gates says boat of consciousness, HERU and Ptah. Okay, there we go. We're talking about this right here, the boat of consciousness, absolutely. Blackbird silhouette from Ra Shelley. Okay, yes, great observation. There is a hawk right here, a black hawk, sitting right here in between a serpent with two heads. Excellent observation. Shaded hawk, Jason Kirkman says that too. And it seems as though beings that were sitting have been etched or scratched out. Yes, absolutely. You'll find that throughout many of the carvings. Is they'll went in and they carved out the faces, the bodies, the names. So they definitely destroyed. Oxeffect says, I see the head flaxseed. Okay. Excellent, excellent. In between the Natiru, I also see flaxseed symbol head. I see the serpent with two legs with two crowns. Yes. And beautiful. I'm glad you all see this. because you may not, see it outside of this class. And as I said, there's 3 different layers here. And we're actually not even going to focus on this layer here. We're going to focus on this top one up here. Okay. So excellent observations. Let me focus in on something. Having passed through the 9th division of the Tuat, the bolt of the sun arrives at the gateway, the Chesserit, which leads to the 10th division, or as the opening text reads, this great netter cometh forth to this gate, and entereth through it, and the Netiru who are therein acclaim the great netter. So here is the name of the gate leading into the Tuat, or the chapter 10, or the hour 10 of the Tuat, 10 of 12. It's called the Chesserit. So what's the importance about the name of the gate leading into this particular section of the Tuat, or the Kurt, or the Ekert? The Chesserit, because we're dealing with what? The Chesert, the Eve, the cleansing, the purity, which also means the holy things. The Chesserit, the same name for the gate, because there are gates, and what's also known as Arit. So sometimes there's Sebas, doorways, and then sometimes there's Arit, which is like a hall, a hallway. And then here's the gate, which is the Chesserit, which means holy things, and is also a word that we saw earlier but may have missed. I sit in the pupil of the eye within her. Chesserit. So the same word for the gate that means holy things, that means something that is sacred, that's leading into the 10th hour, is also the same word for the pupil of the eye, right? That's what the focus of the class has been on. Observation. What focus is, the pinpoint to create the actual focal point of something, the convergence point, which is the pupil in the eye, is the doorway that we're going into. So we're going into the doorway of the pupil. And the final goal is to obtain the WADJET, the collected, the unharmed eye. So that's the final goal, is to collect the WADJET, right? The unharmed eye, to have the complete whole eye. And so therefore Chesserit is the name of the eye of HERU. So this is the gate that we're walking into. This is we're walking into the gate of the eye of HERU, the pupil of the eye, the sacred eye. The 10th hour of the night, 10th of 12. The Chesserit. So this is what we're going to do. We're walking into the gate of the eye. So enter the gate of the holy pupil to be supported by the Neteret, becoming young once more and being reborn again as Ra. This is the cleansing of the eye to obtain the WADJET endowed, which means to be given or provided to you by Tehuti's consciousness. So this is what we're doing. We're entering the gate of the holy pupil to be supported by the Neteret, to become young once again and to be reborn again as Ra, from Keper, Ra to Ra. This is the cleansing of the eye to obtain the WADJET, right? We have to cleanse, as Tehuti does. He cleanses the eye to obtain the WADJET endowed by Tehuti's consciousness. AFFIRMATION, an 8-headed associate of Tehuti. This is who you actually will be receiving the WADJET from, traversing through the 10th hour of the AMDUAT. So it is Tehuti, an associate of Tehuti, the consciousness of Tehuti, AFFIRMATION, who will be providing the WADJET to you, which you see the determinative of the pupil here. The beginning of this hour starts with a beetle named Keper Ankh raising a circle through the Akert. So here you see an image here, and this is how it starts. The 10th hour, right at the top layer, because there's 3 different layers, and you all noticed the some of you all noticed the sun boat, or the boat of consciousness, which was in the middle layer. So this was the layer right above that, and this is Keper Ankh. And you see the Ankh right next to his name. This is Keper Ankh, who's raising a circle through the Akert. And this is what this particular section says. So here's the translation. Those who are in this picture, in the Tuat, are in the forms of the births of the Neter Keper, who is carrying his horizon to the city, so that he may come forth into the eastern horizon of the sky, right? The eastern horizon of the sky. Dua Ra Keft Uben F Inku Etet Int Et. Adoration to Ra as he rises in the eastern horizon of the sky, of the heavens. So this is, you want to come forth so you can rise again to become Uben Ra. And this is Keper, who is the Keper Ankh, and here is P Anki. P Anki and Keper Ankh, who are representations of Keper Ra. So as we traverse, we see the 2 Neterts doing something very particular. And so here I have 4 different attestations for you all. And here is the, as I show these later on in the presentation, I already have it laid out here so you all know, with the number 1, session number 25.3.28, which is the AMDUAT Papyrus of Hinatawi. Right here. And here's the Temple of SETI 1, what we was just looking at. Right here. Temple of SETI 1, side chamber FA. The Temple of Tahutmose III. And the AMDUAT Papyrus of Neseneset. So here's 4 different attestations for you all that I brought forth. And here is, you see the 2 serpents here together, raising up Ra. And here is Menhu. This is the name of the 2 serpents in the Tuat, Tuat 10, which is where we're at. We're in District 10. We're in the 10th hour. So this is Menhu, the 2 serpents who are raising up the sun, the Ra, right beside the 2 ladies who are in the position of the throne itself, in the seat. They are the seat itself, the Aset, with their hands up to their mouth. And here you see the hands up to the head. All right, and here is Ardi Mket, which is the Ardi, the eye, and the vulture here. Means to protect, to spread the wings over the young. Mket, the support of the heart, protector of the house, the housewife. The Maat, the protector, right? The great protector, the winged vulture here with her wing out protecting. Support of the heart, because that is what this is. So this is also a determinative in this position here, you see, which means to become young again. And this is, you'll find this determinative for children as well. It deals with youth. So when you see them in the position of sitting down like that with the finger up to the mouth, that is the actual determinative for becoming young again. And so they are the supporters of the heart, the protector of the young, which is also the Meket, the protector, the housewife. And so you see the arm right here holding up the ka. So the support of the heart is the woman. Okay, so if you'd like more information on this image here, I will refer you to MetaNetter class number 52, where Minty Hotep asked a question about our use of the pentagram. houseofaten.org/MetaNetter if you want a more in-depth class that's speaking about something specific about the pentagram and how it's associated with this image here. Saba Tehuti had a MetaNetter class showing this, and I'll show 45-second video, 30-second clip of the teachings, 45-second video total of this MetaNetter class. MetaNetter class 52, houseofaten.org/MeduNetter. And so let's see. Let me share my screen over here. Okay, let me make sure you all can see that. Let me make sure the sound is on. Okay, yep. All right, here we go. Here we go.
All the pharaohs right there, and it lands directly on the third eye because the two women are actually forming the shape of the man's consciousness, because that is exactly what is taught in Kemet, that the wealth of the household is the wise woman. You can't have a wise woman without consciousness, because that's the definition of what of what wisdom is. So the two women are providing the wisdom and the consciousness, and they're the one forming the man's head. Why? Because Asar is dead.
Watch that again.
And all the pharaohs right there, and it lands directly on the third eye because the two women are actually forming the shape of the man's consciousness, because that is exactly what is taught in Kemet, that the wealth of the household is the wise woman. You can't have a wise woman without consciousness, because that's the definition of what of what wisdom is. So the two women are providing the wisdom and the consciousness, and they're the one forming the man's head. Why? Because Asar is dead.
Okay. So if you all want that full class, all you have to do is email the great Saba Tehuti at mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. And I can put that up because I want you all to get that class as well. So Menti Hotep asked a great question about the pentagram and if we used it. And Saba Tehuti goes into that beautifully. And as you've seen in that short clip, with this image superimposed over the skull of Amenhotep, or the head of Amenhotep, you see it actually makes the position and the place of this sun being right there in the middle of the forehead exact and perfect. So it is the two women who are the Makait, the supporters of the heart, who are the protectors. They're the ones who create and support your consciousness and who are giving you the ability to see here in the 10th hour of the AMDUAT. So MetaNetter Mondays, everyone email the great Saba Tehuti and get MetaNetter class 52 if you have not purchased that as well. And it's just a free will donation of at least $20 to get the recording. And so yes, purchase that class. It was a very, very good class. All right, so wonderful, wonderful, very powerful teachings there, and showing how when you are Keparas carrying the circle through the Tuat, the first thing that you come to right after that is the two ladies here who are creating and supporting your eyes to be cleansed again. And this is what is happening when you're traversing through the Akert, and in this specific hour here, the two serpents who are raising up your eyes with the two ladies on each side with the hands to the mouth and creating the seat of the throne that is creating the head of the netter. So beside the Menkhu serpents, we see something powerful. So this is what's right next beside that. So make sure you get that MetaNetter class if you want to go, if you want more teachings in depth on that actual image and how that ties into the pentagram. So here is right beside that, is you see the two ladies here doing what? Again, in the position of Aset, in the position of Aset, holding the symbol for the netter here, the axe, with the sun up on top of the axe. So they are actually, you are, as the great Saba showed, this is you. They are creating your consciousness. So they are transforming you and turning your, cleansing your eye and giving you the sight, because they are raising up the Ra within you and you becoming a netter. Again, here they are actually holding the netter axe to make sure that it is stable, right? And they are right here holding it up, supporting it, supporting you and raising up your consciousness. So let's read the text that is associated with this section here. So the text which refers to these scenes reads, of those who are in this picture, the two goddesses on the left come forth from the double serpent, Manenui, and the two on the right come forth from the axe, Setfit. So that's the name of the axe here, Setfet. They gather together the souls on earth, and they make pure the mighty spirit in the Tuat by the hidden figures which are therein, and afterwards they swallow their own spirits or souls after this great netter, because you are the netter here, hath passed them by, because that's what you're doing. You're passing them by. So you're going to go from this 10th hour into the 11th hour, into the 12th hour, the final hour, to be reborn again and to be brought and to be res-erected, right? And this is dealing with Afu Ra, which is showing the dead body and showing the actual physical flesh of the dead body. So this is actually a reincarnation story of the body, the dead body, going through the Kurt and being raised up again to be reborn again as an Asar who is Ra as well. So yes, this text here, which is what's behind these ladies here, it's saying that they gather together. They're focused in, they're gathering together the souls on earth, right? The Bas that are traversing through the Akert, and they make pure. They're making you pure. They're cleansing you, the Ibu. They're cleansing you, the mighty spirits in the Tuat, by the hidden figures which are therein, and afterwards they swallow their own spirits or souls after this great netter hath passed them by. So it is the feminine nature, the principle that is supporting and recreating, allowing you to resurrect. So we have the story of Asar, Aset, and Neptet gathering together the members of Asar to put him back together so that he can res-erect and then gives birth to Heru. And here in the Netzer Kurt, or in the Akert, here you see the two ladies who are gathering together all the souls on earth to make them pure, to turn you into a netter, right? To complete you so you can become the Nefer Netter. And here is right beside them. You see here, what? You see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Netterts here. 4 of them in the form of who? Sekmet, or Sekemet, or Seket. We have 4 in the form of the lion-headed Netert, Seket, and 4 in human form. Right? So of course, this you can come as either way. It's human form doesn't necessarily mean that you are not the netter of the representation that's been anthropomorphized as a specific animal or creature to put more emphasis on what that symbol represents for who you are. So here we have 4 segments with all different names here. Here's their names beside them. And 4 in human form, and they're all leading you to what? Where are they leading you to? They're leading you to Baboon, the F-Immer REF that I showed earlier, who's the associate of Tehuti, who's holding the eye. As the Baboon does, you see him giving the eye, the WADJET, Tehuti, who is the one who cleanses the eye of HERU, to provide and endow it back to you. Same thing is happening here in the Neter Kurt. An associate of Tehuti has the eye after you already go through the process, right, of Keper, Ankh, of evolving and re-attaining life, to be given sight again, right, to be raised up in consciousness, to be given sight again through the women, into a netter, transformed into a netter, supported and raised the consciousness of by the women, and again traversing through the Sekhem, the Sekhemet, 8 women, to lead you to the eye, the completed eye. And remember that the name of this gate was what? The Cheseret. The name of the eye of HERU is the name of the gate, the holy thing, the pupil of the eye. So this deals with the observation, the focus in the eye, and what is allowing you to be cleansed again, to have that WADJET so that you can resurrect whole. It is because of the women. And let's read what this says here. So to these Netert who make the reckoning of his eye for HERU in the Tuat, Ra saith, make thou strong your spirits by means of your strength, and make the reckoning of his eye for HERU, establish for you his eye for HERU, and make you HERU to unite himself to his emanation, or that which floweth from his eyes. Praise thou HERU by reason of his eye, and establish you his first eye. His what? His first eye, which is in the hands of the netter Af-Ermin Maat F. So this is the ancestors literally telling you that this is the first eye. Right here. That you see the Baboon, the associate of Tehuti, the consciousness of Tehuti, holding the eye in his hands, endowing it for you, establishing it for you. So praise thou HERU by reason of his eye, and establish you his first eye, which is in the hands of the netter Af-Ermin Ma'at F. And utter ye your words on behalf of HERU, O ye who cause to come into being the becomings of created things. O ye who cause to come into being the becomings of created things. Created comes from Ker. Ker is, this is the Akert. This is the Ker where we're in. This is literally called the Akert. The becomings of created things, the Keper. The work which they do in the Tuat is to what? Utter words on behalf of his eye for HERU, and to cause radiant splendor to proceed from it each day. Let's close out by reading the affirmation to the class. Again, what this class is been focused on. So we're going to close out with having the full understanding of what this means. We're going to close out by reading it. Should you become a man of excellence, un uk ma the eker, sitting in the council of his Lord, kemsi ma she in neb eth, focus your heart entirely upon excellence. Sa'ak ib neb ra bu eker. Focus your heart entirely upon excellence to become an embodiment of excellence. That which you put your mind to, that which you apply your consciousness to, that which you apply your observation to, is what will become of you, is what your reality will start to create itself out as, with the assistance of the cur, with the assistance of the voice, with the assistance of the voice, the cur, to use to create your reality, right? So when you come across these teachings that deal with observation, create your reality, understand that we knew this and we taught this for thousands and thousands of years. And it's written all within our literature. So watch what you speak, right? The iri, to watch the ma'a, to watch your cur. So you can be a creator as well. So you have the power to create that which is in your mind, and overcome this false matrix and utilizing the language to keep us in a state that's asleep, that's dormant, that's earth. Okay, so with that, should you become someone of excellence, focus sa'ak-ib, your heart entirely upon excellence, and you shall obtain it. Thou sayeth you, and thou sayeth the answers, tu'a to the Natiru, tu'a to the Pa'ut. And with that, I'll close out. All right, peace and love, everyone. HOTEP. I hope you all appreciated that information. Support the House of Aten. Cash App, House of Aten. PayPal, House of Aten, if you appreciated that information. And let me know that you appreciate the over 2 hours of teaching that I brought to you all this evening. So HOTEP, HENU, Ma'akaru. Peace.
I think you're on mute, brother Tef.
HOTEP, peace and love, good brother. That was excellent. You know what I'm gonna say? I'm gonna say this. I used to have a saying that I would use, and it goes like this: if you seek what you'll say, then you'll see what you said. And that was very, very, very nefer, my brother. Very deep. I love how you broke that down, because you're right. We do create our reality, and that's why I used to say that. And I had no idea that it related back to our ancestors' writings. But I would say, if you seek what you say, then you will see what you said. People used to look at me like I was nuts, but it's true, because we create our reality with what we say, but we just don't know how deep and what that truly, truly means. So, brother, that was an excellent presentation, and I hope everyone appreciated it. Definitely got to run it back multiple times, but I got a lot from it, my good brother, as always. I want to say, but I can't say this because I don't live like that no more. But I could say, I don't know how you do it, brother. You know, but I do know, and I appreciate it, and I appreciate you, because you truly are echo of Tehuti, and I do know how you do it, my good brother. So I appreciate you, and it's phenomenal work, my good brother. You definitely embody your Ren, and I truly, truly appreciate it. So thanks for the inspiration, and if you seek what you say, you'll see what you said. You know, my ancestors had it. They said it. They broke it down way more eloquently, as you just illustrated, my good brother. But tuah for that, brother. Tuah.
Many
Yes, yes, yes. Ani Ptah, the scribe. It's really indescribable what's actually happening. And so next week when I teach, I've been saying this thing. I don't know if y'all notice it, but I'm gonna teach on when culture shifts, the power is transition. And the House of Aten, Ani's Ptah name is in there, and Saba's teaching in the podcast yesterday is very telling of what's happening. And so a few notes that I took during your teaching, you spoke on focus your heart entirely upon excellence. I think this is where there's this huge campaign on Black excellence. They trying to bite our stuff, but it don't matter. But what I really love about that is this is the formula to eliminate ISFAT, right? Because if you're focusing on excellence, the ISFAT is not in the focus. And I love how you touched on the law of attraction. The law of attraction, I know for sure, was a major instrument in helping me to start watching the Killer Priest show that brought me to Maat and discovering Ptah Aten Tehuti. And then I would talk about the law of attraction, and it's interesting because I was really like digging into it, and the secret, I was digging into it, and I discovered this book. It's called The Secret Source, and the House of Aten is us returning to source, is what Ptah Aten Tehuti has been explaining to us. But there's the book I discovered that explains Tehuti and Maat is the origin of the law of attraction. I love how you touched on the eye is all of your senses. The Ma'ah, that was very powerful. The whole presentation, how you lined that up was surgical, flawless victory. It's how accurate, the accuracy that you and Saba have is it's a thing to adorn and to admire. I love how you touched on focus and convergence. Creation is all done within the eye of the mind. That is so true. The aura, the RE, I love that. And that also touches on the pathways to awakening. So I see all the connections of your teaching, and that's what is so beautiful about the Neteru and Maat, how everything is connected. And I had a new realization in my consciousness. I realized something very significant as well about the scribe, and I'm gonna touch on that in my teaching next week. I really love how you touched on Saba is cleansing and washing our eyes, teaching us to gather all of our senses together into one so we can be in the WADJET, so we can be within the WADJET, so we can be a representation of that. You better keep teaching like this. You yo, I was thinking, I was like, they really, the culture has shifted and the power has transitioned. And I don't really, I'm not really trying to start nothing, but don't nobody really want no smoke because Saba's not debating no more, but that don't
we real champions around here.
Yo, that don't mean Ani won't come and get you. That don't mean don't play with us, because Saba is where he's at, but don't mean that somebody from the House of Aten won't come get you. I'm not. I don't want to speak out of line. I don't want to be disrespectful. I don't want to say nothing. You know what I mean? Ani is Ani, and if that's what he decides, that's what he decides. But I just had to say that. I love how you touched on Maat is the eye of Ra. That is so beautiful, because I'm going to touch on my teaching a little bit too on some of the connections. And when you connect Ra to Maat to Tehuti, and then you also connected Tehuti's associate, who really wanna, like, why would you go against the Neteru? People don't realize what that means, and that family, the family of Asar, and how wonderful and powerful and connected the family of the Neterus were. I like how you shared the Afferman REF, the ape-headed associate of Tehuti. Henu to you. That's really Nefer, how you introduced us to a new associate of Tehuti. Any friend of Tehuti is a friend of mine. So to continue to learn how big our family and the Neters and the ancestors were, we are not alone. And understanding the power of numbers and who was connected, who was in the mix, is very, very powerful. So Kes, to you, I'm proud of you. I love you. Your teachings are to be admired. You're setting a wonderful example for us to lead with the left. You take this serious. Henu to you for taking tones, vibrations, sound, light. Maat, the Neteru, our Saba Tehuti seriously. You got Saba's back. We got your back. We got Saba's back. Our family is growing. It's a very Nefer thing to witness, to be in this energy, to be here is very, 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 very powerful. So Tua, for all the time and dedication you put into that, my great brother, it is not taken lightly. I see your example, you having us to have the awareness that what we're focused on, what we observe, should not be taken lightly, because that's what I heard a statement, and I'm gonna wrap up with this. I heard a statement that attention is the new currency, right? So what everybody, all of these ads, advertisement, all the music, corporations, people want you to work for them. They're battling for our attention. They're battling for our time. Whatever you're observing, you're attracting. So you can get caught up in the loop, right? If you get caught up in the loop, it's hard to get out of that loop. So because you're a part of what you're broadcasting, you're getting it back. So if they can get you into seeing and paying attention to them, and then it becomes a loop in the cycle, and then you get stuck in it, and then it's harder for you to observe the Neteru and these kind of teachings. So Henu to you, great brother, and I will pass on that.
To our great brother. Oh, go ahead. You was gonna say something?
Now I was gonna say I appreciate the breakdown of my name too a little bit. I caught the excellence part. I just want to throw that in there.
Yes.
2 off for that, good brother.
Yes, absolutely. I appreciate you both, as well as the great brother Hati Maat, Henu to that great brother. And this is it's a beautiful journey, and being able to document the journey and to take record of the growth and to have this is a beautiful thing. And to be able to see what we're able to do with the leadership and guidance of our great Saba Tehuti, and showing us the way by leading by example, allows us to also do the same. And it's a phenomenal thing. So Hotep and Henu to you, great brothers, as well, for traversing down these hallways as well. It's very powerful. So to be within the magic and to be able to see the magic and acknowledge it in real time is something that is invaluable, and something that we will always be able to take with us forever. And it's extremely beautiful. So Hotep and Henu to everyone in the chat who's giving that energy and putting that energy in the chat, because it assists everything that we have going on. You know, there's within this matrix, there's so much that's going against what we teach and what we stand on. You know, we must not just sit back and be dormant. We have to push back. We have to do the things necessary to put ourselves out there in a place of to be seen and heard, because there are people who need this information. There are people who need this family that we're building. And you know, so everyone, Tua, for you know, liking the video, for those of you who share the information, for those of you who support the House of Aten, we appreciate and we love you. And as I always say, Tua, for your attention, because without your attention, this could never exist. And that is something that our ancestors taught wholeheartedly and lived wholeheartedly, which is why they were thousands of years ahead of everyone else, far superior in every way. And it's because they're focused. They were laser focused on doing what they did. They had no time to do anything else other than what they did. And they executed that beautifully. That's why the hawk is the representation of what it is. It's the greatest seeing bird. So to be a representation of that, your focal point is on point. You should be able to look and be so focused enough that you may start smoking. Like your fire may just come up. Like that's how focused you want to be on the things that you want to create. And to have this community around us is beautiful, for those to be able to acknowledge it and be aware of it and take these teachings that are the source of all this new age stuff, and to be able to actually utilize it, the utterance, and to utilize the utterance that was provided to us I'm very grateful and thankful for everyone here, for everyone who supports this. So we got some wonderful support in. So to everyone who supported, and just another reminder, our old support was Teachings of Maat, Cash App Teachings of Maat, and PayPal. But we have our new support system, which is House of Aten. Okay, so for those of you who are still using the Teachings of Maat, go ahead and transition over into the House of Aten, the House of Aten Cash App and PayPal. And I think Sister Angela Gates utilized the Teachings of Maat, and let me get the other, Robert Williams. So if you two could please put House of Aten in your support moving forward, that will assist us. So Hotep and Henu, and let me show the wonderful support that we received in. All right, so first I'll show tuition from Stephen E. Oxafek in the chat, $10 for tuition of December. All right, to our good brother, the wonderful Oxafek, the wonderful Stephen E. in the chat. excellent supporter. Supports in every way. So Tua to you, good brother. Henu to you. And yes, look forward to seeing what you with your skill set and what you provide and will bring to the House of Aten. Great brother. So Henu to you. All right, next. This is from last week's reading. This is support for that. And it is the wonderful sister Angela Gates who sends in $12 for also reading the text. All right, Tua to the wonderful Angela Gates, who is an excellent supporter, who was there at the Pathways to Awakening event. So Henu to you, you've always support. So thank you for that. All right, next we have Eric G. That's it, who sends in 222 for great knowledge as always. To our good brother Eric G, who supports with whatever he can, whenever he can, and he supports in other ways outside of this as well. For example, when we went to the Pathways to Awakening, I needed his assistance to carry my. I had purchased some snakes from the Great Saba Tehuti. I got 2 snakes from Saba, and I wasn't able to take them on the plane with me. So kind of last minute too, he came through for me, and I was able to hand them off to him so they can be brought back to Saba so I can have them shipped to me. So Eric G helps in that way as well. Whatever we need assistance in actual physical, even though this is all physical, but within anything that we need assistance in, Eric G is there. So HOTEP to this good brother. Peace to you. Next, we have Minty HOTEP. Payment from Henu Tehuti, who sends in 1010 for Scribal school session. All right, Henu to the wonderful Minty HOTEP, who is a House of Aten member, fantastic member. She assists in whatever way possible as well. Our great Saba Tehuti needs any assistance. If any of the brothers here at the House of Aten need any assistance, she's there. And so Henu to you, Minty HOTEP, for being who you are. You're an excellent creative, and continue to create. Continue to create, and using that cur, right, which creates the word create, which means to grow, and using that cur within you, that voice within you, to continue to do so. You're doing wonderful. So HOTEP to you. All right, next we have Rochelle, Mystic Mama, who sends in 777 for the inspiration. Henu to you, Mystic Mama. It's good to see you back here. I know you it's been a while since I've seen you here, so it's wonderful to have you back here, and to have you participating in the class and supporting. So Tua for your support. Okay, and next, Ra Shelley in the chat. Is this, I'm not sure who you are, if you're in the support or not, or if this is your, I think maybe I've seen you a couple times here, but let me know if you sent in any support so I can connect it to you, because sometimes the names are different. All right, and next we have, I see you asked the question, what is required of how to become House of Aten member? So you just email me. Email me at anipatah@houseofaten.org, or go to houseofaten.org and message me there, and I'll send you over what's necessary to become a member. And it's just $20 to become a member, and then it's based on monthly. So as you see at the beginning, Raw Minerals, who sent in $140, paid for his an entire year of membership. So it's however you want to do it. Some people do it monthly, some people do it yearly. But yeah, just email me, anipatah@houseofaten.org. Okay, so that is you, Mystic Mama. Okay, excellent. Tua for your support. Absolutely. So yes, just message me on houseofaten.org or email me, and we can definitely add you to the team, to the membership. All right, next. Share screen. Next, we have Robert E. Williams Jr., 1771, for On the Strength, support for the House of Aten.
Let's go.
To our good brother for your support. We appreciate your support, and you are an excellent supporter. So thank you for appreciating the information, and for On the Strength supporting, because that is what allows us to be strong, is the support that you all provide for us, in whatever way that looks like. So HOTEP to you, good brother, Robert Williams. All right, and next we have Nicholas Svensden, who sent 1010. Tua for the Nefer teachings and presentation tonight. 100. Hinu, Ani, and the whole House of Aten with 2 stars. Hinu to you, good brother, another excellent member of the House of Aten, another wonderful member here, Nicholas Svensden. So Tua for your support, who sends in the 1010, the double 10, the double met, the MEDU twice. So we appreciate you and the support that you provide for us, and for joining the House of Aten. Great brother, your energy is always welcome here on the panel as well. So Tua to you. All right, next we have Emmanuel Rodriguez, Nukpu 333 for HOTEP Meri, Netter Ani, HERU, Tua, Keth Maat. Hinu to this good brother, who is another fantastic member of the House of Aten. So Tua for everyone who's coming on board and and helping us build, create consciously the RD. We're creating consciously with the I to bring forth the community, to bring forth the nation that we want to see, right? And it all starts with moving, to having a movement and motion. As the great Saba Tehuti broke down in Tehuti podcast in the water, and how the wave glyph is water in motion, is the vibration, right? The vibration to make the water move. So this is a movement, and you all are assisting us and continuing to move so we can create, to do. So Henry, to you, good brother, Nukpu, who sends in 333. All right, next we have, I think this will be the final one so far. So everyone who's watching on the playback, support us as well. The links are in the description box. All right, and lastly, we have the moderator, Primordial Thought 9, who sends in $20. To out for your consistency, great Ani Ptah Aten Tehuti. Uh-oh, the sounds went away. Okay, there we go. Yeah, shout out to the moderator of the House of Aten. Wonderful, wonderful Nefer brother who is going to do some amazing things within the House of Aten. To this great brother, great member of the House of Aten. So to you, good brother, for all the support that you provide and for being a Nefer, an excellent moderator, and making sure our links are posted and providing that bridge for people to find what we have to offer here in the chat room for the live streams. So to our great brother, Henu, to you. All right. Some excellent support this class. We appreciate that wholeheartedly with our whole heart, right? The Nebu Ebe. And we love and appreciate all of you. As the great brother Menkhu Ra had stated earlier, before I went into the teachings, December 16th, put that all on your calendar. That is the 2-year pod class, and make sure you all are checking your emails and messages. So Henu to you all. Okay, so yeah, we'll go ahead and close out. Stream is 4 hours right now, so we'll go ahead and close out. And yeah, so Hotep Henu Ma'akaru. Tua for all the support. Henu, Kes, homage to you all. You all are excellent, and I'm honored to be able to teach for you all and work with you all, communicate with you all through the Discord, and you all have the ability to access me anytime. You can message me on Discord. You can message me through the website, email me. All of the members, reach out anytime that you like. We are here to support each other, whether it's even just to have a conversation, because sometimes we need to just have a conversation. And I'm extending that to you all who are continuous supporters of the House of Aten, and letting you all know that we appreciate you and we are here. This isn't just an internet thing. So when this closed down, we are all still available here at the House of Aten for you all. So just reach out to us, and we are here to support each other. So Henu, Tua for your attention. Without your attention, this could never exist. Sakim M. Ardi, Murder Ka'a, Semu Hatu Natiru, Per in HOTEP. I have obtained the power to do what pleases my Ka. May the hearts of the Natiru lead me. I come forth in peace. Hotep Maat. Everyone have a fantastic week. See you all in MetaNetter Monday, Wisdom Wednesdays, and the pod class on Saturday. Hotep.
Hotep, great brother. You got some closing words? Menkhu?
I'll be short. I just want to say peace, power, prosperity, and protection to everyone. It's beautiful to spend this time with you 2 days in a row now. Looking forward to, oh, beautiful. Now it's Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Ooh, okay. I see what's happening. Yeah. So culture, when the culture shift, powers transition. So I will see the powerful people, the beautiful people that could be with us tomorrow in the MetaNetter Monday class with Saba Tehuti. I will see you tomorrow. I'm glad. I hope you all enjoyed the wonderful teachings of the scribe Ani Ptah and the wonderful commissioner, the host, Tef Rim Kim Maat. Sending much love and Aunt Uja Seneb to everyone. And I will pass it to you, Brother Tef.
Hotep, peace and love, everybody. Thanks for the beautiful support. Look forward to seeing everybody in Monday MetaNetter class. And we will close as we do every week with our beautiful affirmation. If you heed these things which I have said to you, your every design will move forward. If ventures are trustworthy, they will be blessed. Neb, Teta, Hua, Aua, Nuk Neb, Oret, Nuk Am, Utat, Shutat, A, Septsin, Urta Na, Unksen, Nuk, Am, Uta, M, WADJET, A, U, M, Makit, S, Per Na, Ubina, Akna, Unkna, Nuk, M, Uachet. I feel, I perceive, I am the Lord of the crown. I am in the Uajit and in my egg twice. It is granted to me to live with them. I am in the Uajit, in its closing. I exist by its strength. I come forth and I shine. I go in and I come to life. I am in the Uachet. Unki and Maat, Un and S, Nintet or Set and Maat, Min Hepapet and Maat, Her in Hukui, Per Iku. I live for Maat. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Maat. Every day I advance towards Maat. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Hotep, peace and love, everybody.
Close us out with the infamous soundbite.
They forget that we the real champions around here. They forget that we the real champions around here. They forget that we the real champions around here.
We are the real champions.
For those who doubt what
They
this
forget
may
that
be,
we the real champions around here.
second round, second danger round. Wow. For those who think this is not what you saw on the screen, I just want to hear something?
Oh, wow, wow.
Well, this is
The real thing.
you know when I the snake rattling?
Yes.
I want to tell you guys something here. Let me see. I want to show you the example of the black snake rattling. I don't know if this is
This the really over.
Ooh.
I want you to know something. That's not an example. That actually is the one that I'm holding right now. Y'all see anything in front of me with horns?
Yes, yes.
All right, so this is a TEF. This is a TEF right here. Hey, a TEF, how you doing? Show them your beautiful head. There we go.
Some of those horns are epic.
You can see it clear in the screen. Yeah, so there's this is a TEF.
Yo, let's go.
Shed. Closed my eyes, then I woke up back in my bed. I could see my room as clear as looking through a lens. See, I thought I was awake, so then I tried to move. But my body shocked me like I was plugged in a socket. I started panicking and scrambling within my mental. I thought I died and now my body, I'm forever locked in. I was screaming, help me, someone help me please. But there wasn't any sound making it through my teeth. I could see movement and motion, shadows gather around me. How could I close my eyes already closed? Eating alkaline at this time, fasting reads though shocking. I was stuck in a paralysis, it had me froze. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed. I finally started waking up and coming back. I was in the opposite of state's effect. That's relaxed, I grabbed my phone and started to do research. Knowledge of what happened, I was in a lack. Insidious, the movie came direct to mind. Every time I've seen this, it was connected to what's not divine. Demons crawling forcefully, holding the body down. Ain't no point in trying to scream, you will not make a sound. Deep within, I knew I made that a reality. The all is mine, I saw it, and so shall it be. I start replacing fear with knowing universe is mental. Talking to my subconscious to wake me up in dreams. Then one day my spirit guides came in so essential. Daylight's astral playing loud in my dream helped to set me free. I'm back in paralysis, laying on my couch. But this time I was calm, ready to exit out. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed. From what I read, I need to move my arms in front of me. See a rope and pull it, separate and then release. Now I'm out, I see my house is gleaming, I accept it. Looking in the mirror, staring at my car's reflection. I was so ecstatic, flying in every direction. This was months of subconscious reprogramming and redirection. Place my thoughts in my body, wake up, that's what I did. I was reborn from that day so I could start to live. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed.
There is no spoon, But I can only show you the door. You're the one that has to walk through it.